The air inside the limestone corridor smelled of wet pennies and ancient, stagnant humidity. It was the kind of cold that did not just sit on the skin, but seemed to seek out the marrow of the bone. Elias adjusted the strap of his heavy pack, feeling the nylon bite into his shoulder. Beside him, Sarah moved with a quiet, practiced grace, her headlamp cutting a jagged white path through the absolute blackness of the cavern. They had been underground for 7 hours, and the world above had ceased to feel real. The surface was a dream of sunlight and wind, while this place was a reality of stone and silence. They reached the chamber they called the Throat at exactly 4 in the afternoon. It was a massive, vaulted space where the walls retreated into shadow, leaving them standing on a narrow shelf of rock over a dry basin. The silence here was heavy. It felt like a physical weight pressing against the eardrums. In a place this deep, the mind begins to manufacture sound to fill the void. One might hear the phantom ring of a telephone or the distant murmur of a crowd, but those were just the tricks of a sensory-deprived brain. Sarah stopped at the edge of the drop. She turned her head, and the beam of her light swept across the ceiling. Thousands of jagged stalactites hung like frozen teeth. She took a deep breath, her chest expanding against her thermal vest. She looked at Elias and nodded. It was a tradition for them. In every new cave, they left a piece of themselves in the air. Elias stepped forward. He cupped his hands around his mouth. He did not scream. He spoke a single sentence in a clear, level voice. The harvest is thin this year. The words traveled away from him, bouncing off the limestone ribs of the chamber. The acoustics were perfect. The sound did not muddy or blur. It remained sharp, echoing back from the far corners of the dark. The harvest is thin this year. The harvest is thin this year. Thin this year. Year. Then the silence returned, thicker than before. They sat on their haunches and drank lukewarm water from plastic bottles. The crinkle of the plastic sounded like a landslide in the quiet. Elias felt a strange sensation in the back of his neck, a prickling heat that suggested he was being watched from the dark ceiling above. He ignored it. He told himself it was the lack of oxygen or the buildup of carbon dioxide. He checked his watch. It was 4:30. They needed to begin the ascent if they wanted to reach the base camp before the batteries in their lamps failed. The climb back was a grueling process of squeezing through tight chimneys and sliding over slick flowstone. They did not speak. In the cave, talk was a waste of energy. They communicated through taps on the rock and the direction of their lights. By the time they reached the final squeeze, a narrow horizontal crack known as the letterbox, Elias was exhausted. His fingers were raw and his knees were bruised. They emerged into the entrance gallery at 7 o'clock. This was a large transitional space where the mouth of the cave opened toward the forest outside. The air here was fresher, carrying the scent of pine and damp soil. The sun had set, leaving the sky a bruised purple. They dropped their packs near the entrance, leaning against the cool stone to catch their breath. Elias pulled a sandwich from his bag. He was about to take a bite when he froze. The sound was faint, coming from deep within the dark tunnel they had just exited. It was rhythmic and steady. It sounded like footsteps, but the footfalls were too heavy, too deliberate. He looked at Sarah. Her face was pale in the fading twilight. She had heard it too. They sat perfectly still, their eyes fixed on the black hole of the cave mouth. The footsteps stopped. For a long minute, there was only the sound of the wind in the trees outside. Then, a voice drifted out of the darkness. It was not a scream or a moan. It was a calm, observational tone. "The harvest is thin this year." The voice was identical to the voice of Elias. It had the same cadence, the same slight rasp in the throat, and the same inflection on the final word. It was not an echo. An echo happens immediately. This was 3 hours later. The words hung in the air of the entrance gallery, vibrating with a mechanical precision that made the hair on the arms of Elias stand up. Sarah reached for her flashlight, her hand trembling. She clicked it on and aimed the beam into the tunnel. The light cut through the dark, revealing nothing but empty stone and gray dust. There was no one there. There were no hidden chambers where a person could hide. The tunnel was a straight shot for 50 yards before it curved. Maybe it is a delayed echo, Sarah whispered. Her voice was thin and brittle. Some caves have strange shapes. The sound might have bounced around for a long time. Elias did not answer. He knew that was impossible. Sound travels at over 700 miles per hour. It does not wait for 3 hours to find its way out. It does not sit in the dark and hold its breath. He felt a metallic taste in his mouth, the unmistakable flavor of rising adrenaline and fear. He looked at the mouth of the cave, which now looked less like a geological feature and more like an open throat. "We should leave," Elias said. His own voice sounded wrong to him now. It sounded like a recording. They gathered their gear with frantic, clumsy movements. As they turned to walk toward the trail that led down the mountain, another sound emerged from the cave. It was the sound of a plastic bottle crinkling. It was the exact sound Elias had made 3 hours ago while sitting in the throat. Then came the sound of a heavy sigh, followed by the clatter of a carabiner hitting a rock. The cave was playing back their afternoon. It was repeating every sound they had made in the exact sequence they had made them. Elias felt a wave of nausea. This was not a natural phenomenon. This was a physical memory. The stone had listened, and now the stone was speaking. They began to jog down the narrow mountain path. The forest was dark, the trees casting long skeletal shadows across the dirt. Elias kept looking back over his shoulder. He expected to see a dark shape emerging from the cave, something made of mud and wet limestone that carried his own face. But there was nothing, only the yawning black entrance of the mountain, watching them leave. They reached their car at the trailhead 30 minutes later. The interior of the vehicle felt like a sanctuary. Elias fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking so violently that he dropped them twice. When he finally started the engine, the roar of the motor felt like a shield against the silence of the woods. He drove fast, the headlights carving a path through the night. Sarah sat in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed on the dashboard. She did not speak until they were miles away from the mountain. "Did you notice the timing?" she asked. Elias shook his head. "What do you mean?" "The voice," she said. "It did not just say the words. It waited until we were at the entrance. It waited until we were sitting exactly where the sound could reach us. It was not just repeating, it was performing." Elias gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. He thought about the deep, dark places of the earth. He thought about the millions of years that the cave had sat in total darkness, empty of light and empty of sound. It had been a vacuum, and then they had walked into it. They had brought noise into a place that had never known it. They had given the darkness a vocabulary. When they reached the small town where they were staying, the streetlights seemed too bright and the sounds of the night felt aggressive. They checked into a small motel with faded yellow wallpaper and the smell of old cigarettes. Elias locked the door and pushed a chair under the handle. He knew it was irrational, but the fear was a cold weight in his stomach. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The room was quiet. He tried to focus on the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of a truck on the highway. He wanted to drown out the memory of his own voice coming out of the dark. He was almost asleep when he heard it. It was faint, coming from the bathroom. It was the sound of a zipper. the slow, rhythmic sound of a heavy pack being opened. It was the exact sound he had made when they arrived at the motel. Elias sat up, his heart hammering against his ribs. He looked at the bathroom door. It was cracked open an inch. There was no light inside. "Zara," he whispered. The only response was a sound from the bathroom. It was the sound of a plastic water bottle crinkling. Then, a voice spoke from the darkness behind the shower curtain. It was a voice that sounded exactly like Sarah. "The harvest is thin this year." Elias felt the blood drain from his face. He reached for the lamp on the bedside table and flicked the switch. The room flooded with light. He stood up, his legs feeling like lead, and walked toward the bathroom. He pushed the door open. The room was empty. The shower curtain was pulled back. The window was locked from the inside. There was no one there, but on the tile floor there was a small puddle of water. It was not clear tap water. It was grayish and thick, smelling of wet pennies and ancient, stagnant limestone. He backed out of the bathroom, his breath coming in short, jagged gasps. He looked at Sarah. She was still asleep, her breathing deep and even, or at least she appeared to be asleep. He watched the rise and fall of her chest. It seemed too rhythmic. It seemed mechanical. He sat back down on the edge of his bed, his eyes fixed on the dark corner of the room. He realized then that the cave had not just learned their voices. It had learned their patterns. It had learned how they moved, how they breathed, and how they existed in the world, and it had followed them home. He stayed awake until the sun began to bleed through the thin curtains. The morning light did not bring any comfort. It only revealed the mundane details of the room, the faded carpet, the chipped paint on the dresser, the small, wet footprint on the bathroom floor that was already starting to dry into a crust of gray salt. He looked at Sarah as she woke up. She smiled at him, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She looked tired. She looked like she had spent the night walking through tunnels of stone. "Did you sleep well?" she asked. Elias hesitated. He wanted to tell her about the voice in the bathroom. He wanted to tell her about the water on the floor, but he looked at her and felt a sudden, sharp spike of distrust. How did he know this was Sarah? How did he know that the thing that had come out of the cave was not sitting right in front of him, wearing her skin and using her lungs? "I slept fine," he said. His voice felt heavy in his mouth. They packed their bags in silence. The drive back to the city took 4 hours. The further they got from the mountain, the more Elias tried to convince himself that he had imagined it all. He was a man of science. He believed in geology and physics. He did not believe in sentient stone or vocal mimicry. He told himself that the stress of the climb had caused a temporary psychotic break. But then he remembered the smell. The smell of the cave was still in his nostrils, a thick, cloying scent that no amount of fresh air could wash away. It was as if the mountain had moved inside him. When he dropped Sarah off at her apartment, she lingered by the car for a moment. She reached out and touched his hand. Her skin felt unusually cold, like a pebble pulled from a winter stream. "We should go back next weekend," she said. "There is a lower gallery we did not explore." Elias looked at her. Her face was perfectly still. There was no expression, no warmth, just a mask of flesh. "I do not think I want to go back, Sarah," he said. She nodded slowly. Her head moved with a slight, jerky motion. "I understand. It is a lot to process, but the cave is not finished with us. It has more to say." She turned and walked toward her building. Elias watched her go. He noticed that she did not swing her arms when she walked. She kept them stiff at her sides like a doll. He drove to his own apartment, a small studio on the fourth floor of an old brick building. He locked the door and leaned against it, closing his eyes. He lived alone. There should be no noise here, no voices, no footsteps. He went to the kitchen to make coffee. He reached for a mug, but his hand stopped mid-air. On the kitchen counter, there was a small pile of gray dust. He ran his finger through it. It was limestone. He looked up at the ceiling. There were no cracks. There was no reason for stone dust to be in his kitchen. He felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He turned around and saw his reflection in the window. The reflection was slightly behind his own movements. When he moved his head, the image in the glass waited a fraction of a second before it followed. It was a delay, a lag in reality. Elias backed away from the window, his heart racing. He fell into his armchair and buried his face in his hands. He could feel the silence of the apartment pressing in on him. It was the same silence as the throat. It was a silence that was waiting to be filled. He stayed there for hours, afraid to move, afraid to make a sound. He realized that the cave was not a place. It was a condition. It was a hollow space that moved through the world, seeking out echoes to claim. At midnight, the phone on the table began to ring. Elias did not answer it. He watched it vibrate against the wood. The caller identification showed the name of Sarah. The phone rang 10 times and then went to voicemail. A moment later, the notification beeped. Elias hesitated. He did not want to hear her voice, but the curiosity was a physical itch. He picked up the phone and pressed play. There was a long stretch of static. It sounded like wind rushing through a narrow gap. Then a voice spoke. It was his own voice, but it was distorted, as if it were being filtered through layers of earth. "The harvest is thin this year," the recording said. Then came a sound that Elias had not made. It was the sound of something wet and heavy sliding across a floor. It was followed by a wet clicking noise, like teeth hitting stone. And then the voice of Sarah spoke, but it did not sound like her anymore. It sounded like 1,000 voices speaking at once, a chorus of echoes trapped in a single throat. "We are coming out now," the voices said. Elias dropped the phone. It hit the floor with a dull thud. He looked at the door of his apartment. Underneath the crack at the bottom, a thin ribbon of gray water was beginning to seep into the room. It smelled of pennies and old, dead things. He stood up and backed into the corner of the room, the furthest point from the door. He gripped a heavy brass lamp, his knuckles white. He realized that he had made a mistake. He had thought the cave was a tomb. He had thought it was a place where things went to be forgotten. But a cave is not a tomb. It is an ear, and it has been listening to the world for a very long time. The scratching started on the other side of the door. It was the sound of fingernails on wood, but the fingernails sounded like they were made of flint. It was a rhythmic, patient sound. Elias held his breath. He did not want to give them any more sounds. He did not want to give them anything else to use. But then he felt a tickle in his throat. It was a cough rising up from his lungs. He tried to swallow it down. He bit his lip until he tasted blood, but the urge was too strong. He coughed. It was a short, sharp sound that echoed in the small room. Immediately, the scratching stopped. From the other side of the door, his own cough was repeated back to him. It was a perfect copy. Then a voice whispered through the wood. It was his own voice, soft and intimate. "Thank you," the voice said. "We needed that one." The door handle began to turn, slowly and deliberately. Elias watched it move. his eyes wide with a terror that surpassed anything he had ever known. He realized that the world was not what he thought it was. It was just a thin crust of light and noise over an infinite, hungry dark, and the dark had finally learned how to speak. The brass lamp felt cold and useless in the grip of Elias. He watched the metal handle of the door rotate with a mechanical slowness that suggested the thing on the other side was learning the physics of the mechanism in real time. The gray water continued to pool across the floor, spreading in jagged patterns that looked like the veins of a mountain. It did not behave like normal liquid. It seemed to seek out the low points of the wooden floor with a predatory intent, filling every crack and crevice until the entrance to his sanctuary was sealed by a shimmering, metallic sludge. Elias did not move. He did not breathe. He watched the door frame groan under a pressure that felt immense, as if the weight of the entire Appalachian range was leaning against his apartment. The wood began to splinter at the edges. Small flakes of white paint fell like snow into the rising gray tide. From the hallway there was no sound of breathing, no rustle of clothing, and no heartbeat. There was only the sound of a stone grinding against another stone, a deep and resonant vibration that he felt in his teeth. The door did not burst open. It simply ceased to be an obstacle. The wood seemed to soften and merge with the gray water, turning into a pulp that slewed away from the hinges. Standing in the darkened hallway was a figure that possessed the general dimensions of a man. It wore a jacket that looked like the one Elias had left in his car. It had hair that matched the color and texture of his own. But when the light from the bedside lamp hit the face of the entity, Elias saw that the features were not made of flesh. The skin was a mosaic of compressed silt and polished shale. The eyes were two smooth orbs of obsidian that reflected the room back at him with a terrifying, fish-eye distortion. The thing stepped into the room. Its feet made no sound on the floor, but the floorboards cracked beneath its weight as if hewn by a sledgehammer. It stopped 3 feet away from him. It tilted its head to the left, then to the right, mimicking the exact confused gesture Elias had made when he first entered the throat. The obsidian eyes did not blink. They simply observed, recording the frantic rhythm of his pulse in his neck and the way his hands shook. Elias tried to speak, but his voice was a dry rasp. He wanted to scream for help, but he knew that any sound he made would only be stolen. He realized that this entity was not a ghost or a demon. It was a lithic recording, a physical manifestation of the acoustic energy they had poured into the cave. It was a shadow made of matter. The entity opened its mouth. Inside, there was no tongue, no teeth, and no throat. There was only a hollow, jagged opening that led into an infinite blackness. It spoke, and the sound did not come from the mouth alone. It seemed to vibrate out of the very walls of the apartment. "The harvest is thin this year," the entity said. The voice was so perfect that Elias felt a sickening sense of vertigo. It was not just his voice, it was his soul translated into sound. The entity stepped closer, and the smell of the cave became overwhelming. It was the scent of deep time, of minerals that had never seen the sun, and of the slow, inevitable decay of the earth. Elias swung the brass lamp with all the strength he had left. The heavy base connected with the side of the head of the entity. There was no sound of bone breaking. There was only the dull thud of metal hitting wet clay. The lamp dented the temple of the creature, leaving a shallow crater of gray dust, but the entity did not flinch. It did not even move its head. It simply reached out a hand that felt like a cluster of frozen roots and gripped the wrist of Elias. The cold was instantaneous. It was a cold that bypassed the skin and went straight to the marrow. Elias felt his arm go numb, the nerves firing once in a frantic burst of pain before falling silent. He dropped the lamp. It fell into the gray water with a splash that sounded like a heavy stone being tossed into a well. The entity did not strike him. It did not try to kill him in any conventional sense. It simply held him, its obsidian eyes locked onto his own. It was waiting. In the silence of the room, Elias heard a new sound. It was coming from the window. He turned his head and saw a second figure standing on the fire escape. This one was smaller, more slender. It wore a tattered blue windbreaker. It was Sarah. Or rather, it was the thing that had been Sarah when they left the mountain. It pressed its face against the glass, its features blurring and shifting like a reflection in a disturbed pond. They are not just taking our voices, Elias thought. They are taking our places. The thing holding his wrist began to hum. It was a low frequency that made the glass in the windows chatter. It was the sound of the earth shifting, the sound of tectonic plates grinding together in the dark. As it hummed, Elias felt a strange sensation in his own chest. His heart began to slow down. His breathing became shallow and rhythmic, matching the pulse of the stone. He looked down at his arm and saw that his skin was turning a dull, matte gray. The hair on his forearm was becoming brittle, turning into fine threads of quartz. He tried to pull away, but he was no longer fighting a physical opponent. He was fighting a geological process. He was being fossilized while he still lived. The gray water on the floor began to climb his legs, moving upward with a capillary action that defied gravity. It felt heavy and warm, like a shroud of molten lead. The figure on the fire escape shattered the glass. It did not use a tool. It simply leaned its weight against the pane until the structural integrity gave way. It stepped into the room, leaving a trail of wet silt on the carpet. The two entities stood over Elias, their hollow mouths open in a silent, synchronized O. "We are the memory of the mountain," the voices said together, a terrifying harmony of his own voice and the voice of Sarah. "You brought the light. You brought the noise. Now you will bring the silence." Elias felt the gray stone reach his chest. He could no longer feel his legs. He could no longer feel the air in the room. He was becoming part of the floor, part of the walls, part of the ancient silence that had been disturbed. He looked at the thing that wore his face and saw a flicker of something in its obsidian eyes. It was not malice. It was a profound, empty hunger. He thought of the mountain, miles away, sitting in the purple twilight. He thought of the deep chimneys and the slick flowstone. He realized that the cave was not empty anymore. It had sent its inhabitants out to gather more of the world, to bring the noise of the surface back down into the dark where it could be digested over millions of years. The harvest is not thin, Elias thought as the stone reached his throat. The harvest is just beginning. The gray silt covered his mouth, sealing his last breath inside a chamber of mineral and salt. He did not die. He simply stopped moving. He became a statue in the corner of his own apartment, a monument to a mistake made in the dark. The two entities stood in the center of the room for a long time, perfectly still. Then they began to move. The one that looked like Elias picked up the car keys from the table. The one that looked like Sarah picked up her phone. They moved with a new fluidity now, their joints no longer clicking, their movements no longer jerky. They had practiced enough. They had the rhythm of the world now. They walked out of the apartment and closed the door. The hallway was silent. The only sound was the distant hum of the city, a vast and complex symphony of noise that was waiting to be recorded. Outside, the car started. The headlights cut through the night, two bright eyes searching for the road. They did not drive toward the mountain. They drove toward the center of the city, toward the crowds, toward the places where the air was thick with the sounds of thousands of lives. Back in the apartment, the statue of Elias remained in the corner. The gray water on the floor had dried into a crust of salt. The room was dark and quiet, but if one were to lean close to the stone lips of the figure, one might hear a very faint sound. It was not a breath, it was an echo. It was the sound of a plastic bottle crinkling, repeating over and over again in the hollow darkness of the chest of the man. The mountain had not just followed them home, it had found a way to expand. Every city was built on stone. Every building was made of the bones of the earth. The silence was not something that existed only in caves. It was a foundation. It was the substrate of everything. Across the town, in a small motel room with yellow wallpaper, a maid opened the door to clean. She found the bed neatly made. She found the towels hanging straight, but when she entered the bathroom, she stopped. On the tile floor, there was a single, perfect footprint made of gray mud. She reached down to touch it, and as her finger met the cold silt, she heard a voice behind her. It was a voice she recognized. It was the voice of the man who had checked in the night before, but it was also her own voice. "The harvest is thin this year," the voice whispered. The maid did not scream. She could not. The air in the room had suddenly become as heavy as lead, and the silence of the mountain began to fill her ears, drowning out the sound of the vacuum cleaner in the hall, drowning out the world, until there was nothing left but the slow, rhythmic grinding of stone on stone. The night was long and the city was full of echoes. Each one was a seed. Each one was a promise. The earth was no longer content to listen. It was time for the earth to speak, and it would use every voice it had ever heard to tell the story of the dark. The car moved through the streets, a silent predator in the neon glow. The two figures inside did not speak. They did not need to. They were the same stone, the same memory, the same hunger. They looked out at the people on the sidewalks and saw a bounty of sound, a wealth of movement, a world of noise that was ripe for the taking. They pulled up to a crowded intersection. People were laughing. Music was spilling out of a nearby bar. A siren wailed in the distance. The thing that wore the face of Elias rolled down the window. It breathed in the chaotic air of the city. It felt the vibrations of the engines and the chatter of the masses. It opened its mouth, and for the first time, it did not repeat a phrase. It did not mimic a sound. It let out a low, resonant tone that was the exact frequency of a collapsing cave. The sound rippled through the street. Windows cracked. The music in the bar stopped. People turned, their faces filled with a sudden, inexplicable dread. They looked at the car, but they did not see two people. They saw a hole in the world. They saw a darkness that was more than the absence of light. "The harvest is here," the voices whispered, and the sound was carried away by the wind, echoing off the brick and the glass and the steel, until the entire city began to hum with the secret language of the deep. Underneath the pavement, the ancient rocks felt the vibration. They began to wake. They began to remember. The silence was over. The mountain was coming to the surface, and it would not stop until every echo had been returned to the dark. The car moved forward, disappearing into the sea of lights, leaving behind a trail of gray dust that the wind could not scatter. The transformation had begun, and there was no way to silence the stone once it had learned how to sing. The gray sedan moved through the center of the city with a heavy and unnatural grace. Inside the vehicle, the air was cold enough to frost the glass. The entities did not use the heater. They did not use the radio. They sat in perfect stillness as the car navigated the grid of streets. The thing that occupied the seat of Elias drove with a precision that was terrifying. It did not drift. It did not hesitate. It processed every traffic light and every pedestrian as a variable in a long and ancient equation. The hands on the steering wheel were now entirely gray. The texture of the skin had become a fine grit that left a residue of silt on the leather. Beside it, the shape of Sarah watched the sidewalk. Her obsidian eyes tracked the movement of a young couple walking a dog. She watched the way their mouths moved as they laughed. She listened to the jingle of the collar of the dog. These were sounds that the cave had never heard. They were bright and fragile. They were the sounds of things that expected to live forever. The entity felt a vibration in her chest. It was the hunger of the deep places. It was the desire to take those sounds and pull them down into the limestone where they would be preserved in the cold and the dark for 1 billion years. They turned onto a street lined with expensive restaurants and theaters. The sidewalks were crowded with people. The noise was a physical wall. There were the shouts of vendors and the hum of air conditioners and the rhythmic thud of music coming from underground clubs. To the entities, it was a feast. It was a harvest that would never end. They pulled the car to the curb and turned off the engine. The silence that followed the death of the motor was heavy. It was a silence that seemed to leak out of the car and stain the pavement. The entity that looked like Elias stepped out onto the sidewalk. He stood taller than the real Elias ever had. His movements were fluid and certain. He adjusted the collar of his jacket and looked up at the towering skyscrapers. To him, they were not buildings. They were artificial mountains. They were piles of stone and glass that had forgotten their origin. He felt the weight of them pressing down on the earth. He felt the hollow spaces inside them where people lived and worked. He knew that those spaces were waiting to be filled with the same silence that had claimed the apartment. A man in a sharp suit brushed past him. The man was talking loudly into a cellular phone. He was complaining about a late shipment of steel. He did not look at the gray figure standing by the car. He did not notice the smell of wet earth and ancient minerals. He just kept walking and talking. The entity watched him go. It opened its mouth and caught the sound of the voice of the man. It felt the vibration of the words in its hollow throat. It saved the sound. It tucked the voice away into a corner of its memory where it would be used later. The Sarah entity joined him on the sidewalk. She was wearing a scarf to hide the jagged lines of her neck. She looked at the lights of the theater marquee. The colors were too bright. They were an insult to the darkness. She felt a surge of energy from the ground beneath her feet. The city was built on a layer of schist and granite. The stone was old. It had been buried for millions of years before the humans arrived to scrape the surface. The stone was tired of being stepped on. It was tired of the weight of the steel. It was listening to the entities. It was waiting for the signal. They began to walk toward the park at the center of the city. It was a large green space surrounded by a high wall of stone. As they walked, the streetlights began to flicker. One by one, the bulbs turned a dim and sickly yellow before popping with a sound like a small bone breaking. The darkness followed them. It was not just the absence of light. It was a physical presence that moved behind them like a shadow that had gained weight. People began to notice. They stopped talking. They looked at the shattered glass of the streetlights. They felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the night air. In the park, the trees were swaying, although there was no wind. The leaves made a dry and papery sound. The entities walked onto the grass. The blades of green turned gray as they passed. The moisture in the soil retreated. The ground became hard and cracked. They reached a large fountain made of marble. The water was spraying into the air and falling into a wide basin. The entity that looked like Elias reached out and touched the marble. The stone groaned. It was a sound that came from deep within the earth. It was a sound of recognition. The water in the fountain began to change. The clear liquid turned thick and gray. It began to smell of pennies and old dead things. The splashing sound became a wet clicking noise like teeth hitting stone. The people sitting on the benches around the fountain stood up. They were confused. They were afraid. They did not understand why the water had turned to silt. They did not understand why the air had become so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. One woman approached the fountain. She was a tourist with a camera around her neck. She wanted to see what was wrong with the water. She walked up to the edge of the basin and looked in. She did not see her reflection. She saw a hollow blackness that went down forever. She saw the obsidian eyes of the entities looking back at her from the depths of the gray sludge. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. Her voice was gone. It had been pulled into the water. It had been harvested before it could even leave her throat. The entity that looked like Elias stepped toward her. He spoke with the voice of the man on the cellular phone. He spoke about the late shipment of steel. The words were the same, but the meaning was gone. The words were just empty shells. The woman backed away, but her feet were stuck to the pavement. The gray water from the fountain was spreading across the ground. It was seeking out the cracks in the stone. It was moving toward the foundations of the nearby buildings. The Sarah entity began to sing. It was not a song that any human had ever heard. It was the sound of wind rushing through a narrow gap in the earth. It was the sound of a mountain breathing. The frequency was so low that it could not be heard with the ears. It could only be felt in the bones. The buildings around the park began to vibrate. The glass in the windows rattled in their frames. The steel beams groaned under the pressure of the sound. The city was being tuned to the frequency of the cave. Deep underground in the subway tunnels, the trains began to slow down. The drivers felt a sudden heaviness in their limbs. The passengers looked at the walls of the tunnels and saw gray water seeping through the concrete. They heard the sound of fingernails on metal. It was a rhythmic and patient scratching. It was the sound of the dark learning how to open the doors. The lights in the tunnels went out. The silence of the throat began to fill the stations. It was a silence that was waiting to be filled with the echoes of the screams that were about to happen. Back in the park, the entities stood by the fountain. They were no longer mimicking humans. They were growing. Their bodies were expanding and hardening. Their skin was becoming thick plates of shale. Their fingers were lengthening into jagged shards of flint. They were becoming the mountain. They were the outposts of the deep. They were the anchors for the darkness that was rising from the core of the earth. The people in the park began to run, but there was nowhere to go. The exits were blocked by walls of gray water that had frozen into solid pillars of salt. The air was thick with the scent of minerals. The sky above the city was turning a bruised and heavy purple. The stars were being blotted out by a cloud of dust that smelled of the cave. The harvest was no longer thin. It was a bounty of noise and life that would fuel the silence for an eternity. The entity that looked like Elias turned its head toward the tallest building in the city. It was a spire of glass and steel that reached toward the clouds. The entity felt the vibration of the thousands of people inside. It felt the hum of the computers and the whir of the elevators. It was a massive hive of sound. It was the perfect target. The entity began to walk toward the building. Each step cracked the pavement. Each step sent a shockwave through the stone foundations of the city. The transformation was spreading. The gray water was moving through the pipes and the sewers. It was rising up through the toilets and the sinks. It was filling the basements and the crawl spaces. The city was being hollowed out from within. The buildings were becoming shells. The people were becoming statues. The noise of the world was being converted into the silence of the earth. It was a process that could not be stopped. It was a geological event that had been waiting for 1 billion years to happen. As the entities reached the doors of the tall building, the guards tried to stop them. They pulled out their radios and tried to call for help, but the radios only emitted the sound of wind. The guards tried to shout, but their voices were already gone. They stood frozen as the gray figures walked past them. The glass doors of the building did not shatter. They melted. They turned into a clear and brittle liquid that flowed onto the floor. The entities entered the lobby. They looked up at the ceiling and saw the height of the mountain they were about to create. The harvest is here, the voices said in a perfect harmony. The sound echoed up through the elevator shafts and the stairwells. It reached every floor and every office. It reached every person who was working late or cleaning the floors. It was a promise and a threat. It was the end of the world of light and the beginning of the world of stone. The entities began to climb. They did not use the stairs. They did not use the elevators. They simply moved upward through the structure of the building, as if they were part of the frame. Outside, the city was falling silent. The cars had stopped moving. The sirens had faded away. The lights were almost all gone. The only sound was the low and constant hum of the earth. It was a sound of satisfaction. It was the sound of a hunger that was finally being fed. The mountain was no longer a place in the woods. The mountain was everywhere. It was the floor and the walls and the ceiling. It was the breath in the lungs of the people who were turning to stone. It was the future of the world. The entity that had been Elia's reached the roof of the building. It stood on the edge and looked out over the darkened city. It saw the other entities rising from the parks and the squares. It saw the gray water covering the streets. It saw the transition of the world from a place of noise to a place of echoes. It felt a sense of peace. The mission was almost complete. The silence was almost total. The earth was ready to sleep again. It opened its mouth and let out one final sound. It was not a stolen voice. It was not a mimicry of the world. It was the true voice of the deep. It was a sound that was older than the sun. It was a sound that contained all the darkness and all the weight of the universe. The sound traveled across the city and over the hills and back toward the mountain where it had all begun. It was a signal that the work was done. The throat was full. The harvest was over. The silence had won. The car came to a rest at the base of the tallest spire in the city. The engine died without a sputter. The two things inside did not move for a long time. They waited for the vibration of the city to settle into their bones. The entity that had taken the shape of Elia's looked at the glass revolving door of the skyscraper. It saw its reflection. The face was no longer skin. It was a mosaic of crushed shale and dried river mud. The eyes were two holes that led back to the beginning of time. It stepped out of the vehicle, and the pavement beneath its boots did not crunch. The stone of the street softened to receive the weight of the thing. It was as if the city recognized its master. The entity that wore the form of Sarah walked to the center of the plaza. She looked at a bronze statue of a man on a horse. She reached out a gray hand and touched the metal. The bronze did not feel cold. It felt afraid. Under her touch, the metal began to lose its shape. The horse and rider flowed together like melting wax. They became a jagged pillar of unrefined ore. The sound of the transformation was a low groan that echoed off the surrounding walls. There were people nearby. They were huddled under the awning of a closed cafe. They watched the statues melt and the lights fail. They tried to speak to one another, but their words were stolen before they could leave their lips. The air was a vacuum that consumed all human sound. The Elia's entity entered the lobby of the tower. The security guards stood behind a marble desk. They were reaching for their belts, but their movements were slow. They looked like figures trapped in amber. The entity walked past them. It did not look at them. It did not need to. The silence it carried was enough to hollow them out. As it passed the marble desk, the polished stone began to ripple. The veins in the marble turned black and started to pulse. The floor behind the entity turned into a trail of loose gravel. The building was being reclaimed. Every ton of concrete was being reminded that it was once part of the earth. Every pane of glass was being reminded that it was once sand. The Sarah entity stood in the plaza and tilted her head back. She opened her mouth wide. A cloud of fine gray dust billowed out. It was not smoke. It was a thick mist of pulverized stone. The wind caught it and carried it into the ventilation systems of the surrounding blocks. People in their offices began to cough. They reached for glasses of water, but the water in their cups had turned to liquid silt. They tried to scream, but their throats were lined with grit. The dust settled on their skin and began to harden. It was a slow and painless change. They were becoming part of the architecture. They were becoming the very walls that had sheltered them. Inside the tower, the Elia's entity reached the elevator bank. It did not push a button. It placed its palm against the steel doors. The metal groaned and peeled back like wet paper. The entity stepped into the dark shaft. It did not fall. It began to rise. It moved upward by sheer will. It gripped the guide rails and pulled itself toward the summit. On the 40th floor, a group of lawyers was gathered in a boardroom. They were looking at maps of the city. They saw the lights going out block by block. They saw the gray fog swallowing the streets. When the entity tore through the floor in the center of their table, they did not run. They could not. The gravity in the room had increased tenfold. They were pinned to their leather chairs. The entity stood in the center of the boardroom. It looked at the maps on the wall. It saw the lines of the subway and the paths of the power lines. It saw the nervous system of the city. It reached out and touched the map. Where its finger landed, the paper turned to ash. The fire did not spread. It was a cold burn. The entity began to speak. It used the voice of the maid from the motel. It used the voice of the man on the cell phone. It used the voice of the child who had vanished in the park. The voices layered over one another until they became a single chord. It was the sound of a mountain collapsing into a valley. It was the sound of the earth reclaiming its own. The lawyers began to change. Their expensive suits fused with their skin. Their limbs stiffened into angles of granite. They became a circle of pillars around the entity. They were the new foundation. The entity moved to the window and looked out at the horizon. The city was no longer a grid of light. It was a jagged landscape of gray shapes. The bridges across the river were sagging into the water. The water itself had stopped flowing. It was a thick and stagnant sludge that mirrored the bruised sky. There was no more movement on the streets. There were only the entities moving through the ruins like predators in a graveyard. The Sarah entity reached the base of the tower. She did not use the door. She walked directly into the stone wall. The granite parted for her. She merged with the structure. She became the heartbeat of the building. The Elia's entity felt her arrival. They were no longer two separate things. They were the two ends of a bridge. They were the anchors for the dark. Together, they began to pull. They pulled the silence from the deep places of the world. They pulled the cold from the center of the mountain. They pulled the memory of the void into the heart of the city. The sky above the tower began to swirl. A great funnel of gray clouds descended. It touched the roof of the building and the structure shuddered. The spire began to grow. It stretched toward the clouds. It became a jagged tooth of obsidian that pierced the atmosphere. The transformation was nearly complete. The city was no longer a place of men. It was a cathedral of stone dedicated to the silence. Every room was a cave. Every hallway was a tunnel. Every person was a statue. The harvest was gathered. The echoes were returned to the dark. Deep in the basement of the building, the pipes began to burst. They did not spray water. They sprayed a fine white powder that coated everything in a layer of salt. The salt preserved the silence. It killed the last traces of heat. It ensured that nothing would ever grow here again. The roots of the mountain had taken hold. They were wrapped around the subway lines. They were threaded through the sewers. They were anchored in the very bedrock of the tectonic plates. The city was not just being destroyed. It was being rewritten. It was being translated into a language that had no words for life. The Elia's entity stood on the highest point of the obsidian spire. It looked down at the world. It saw the darkness spreading to the next town. It saw the gray fog rolling over the hills. It felt the vibration of the other mountains waking up. The earth was speaking to itself. It was a conversation that would last for an eternity. The entity closed its eyes. It did not need them anymore. It could feel the world through the stone. It could hear the slow and steady pulse of the planet. It was a heavy and cold sound. It was the sound of home. The Sarah entity within the walls felt the same peace. She was the marrow in the bones of the city. She was the strength in the pillars. She was the weight in the foundations. She felt the humans who were trapped in the stone. They were not dead. They were just still. They were part of the memory now. They were the echoes that would never be lost. They were the witnesses to the final silence. The entity hummed a low note, and the entire tower vibrated in response. The sound traveled down through the earth and into the deep places where the throat waited. The throat was open. It was a mouth that would never be satisfied. It was a hunger that had no bottom. The city was just the beginning. The world was full of noise. The world was full of light. There was so much more to harvest. There were oceans to turn to salt. There were forests to turn to coal. There were stars to turn to ice. The entities felt the vastness of the task ahead. They felt the joy of the work. They were the hands of the mountain, and the mountain was the hand of the dark. The gray sedan on the street below was slowly being covered by the rising silt. It looked like an ancient artifact from a forgotten civilization. The leather seats were turning to cracked mud. The glass was turning to quartz. The metal was turning to iron ore. Soon it would be indistinguishable from the ground. Soon there would be no sign that anything had ever been different. The silence would be the only history. The stone would be the only truth. The transformation was absolute. The sky turned a final and deep shade of black. The moon was a pale and frozen eye looking down on the gray world. There was no wind, there was no heat. There was only the slow and rhythmic grinding of the earth as it adjusted to its new weight. The Elia's entity on the spire opened its arms. It was a gesture of welcome. It was an invitation to the dark. The city was gone. The mountain was here. The story of the light was over, and the story of the stone had begun. Every echo had been captured. Every sound had been returned. The silence was perfect. It was the end of all things and the beginning of the long and quiet night. The obsidian spire stood as a monument to the end of human ambition. Within its crystalline depths, the entities moved with the fluid grace of shadows passing through water. They were no longer mimicking the specific shapes of the people they had stolen. Those identities were discarded like old clothes that no longer fit the growing scale of the mountain. The form that had been Elia's began to stretch and merge with the very peak of the tower. His limbs became long ribs of black glass that curved over the roof. His chest cavity opened to reveal a hollow space that hummed with the same frequency as the deep earth. He was becoming the sensor for the mountain. He was the antenna that would draw the rest of the world into the silence. The Sarah entity moved through the lower levels where the transformation was most dense. She walked through walls of reinforced concrete as if they were nothing more than mist. In the offices of the middle floors, she found hundreds of people who were trapped in the process of becoming. Their skin was the color of wood smoke. Their eyes were fixed on the ceilings. They were not dead in the way humans understood death. They were simply being translated into a different state of matter. Their thoughts were slowing down to the pace of a tectonic plate. Their memories were being compressed into layers of sediment. She touched a woman who had been hiding under a desk. The woman's hand was already a cluster of quartz crystals. Upon contact, the rest of the woman turned to solid granite in a single soundless flash. The silence began to leak out from the city limits. It moved along the highways like a physical weight. The cars that were fleeing the city found themselves driving into a wall of soundless air. The engines would lose their spark. The rubber tires would turn to brittle charcoal. The drivers would step out onto the asphalt only to find that the ground was no longer solid. It was a shifting sea of gray sand that pulled them down. They did not struggle. The frequency of the mountain was hypnotic. It stripped away the instinct for survival and replaced it with a deep and ancient desire for stillness. They sank into the road and became part of the foundation for the expansion. Deep in the rural areas, beyond the suburbs, the animals felt the change first. The birds stopped singing and fell from the trees like heavy fruit. Their feathers turned to needles of iron. The cattle in the field stood perfectly still as their hides thickened into plates of slate. The forests were not spared. The green leaves of the oaks and maples lost their color. They became translucent and hard. When the wind blew, the branches did not rustle. They clattered like broken glass. The sap in the trunks turned to liquid amber and then hardened into solid resin. The woods were becoming a graveyard of stone trees waiting for the mountain to claim them. Back in the city, the Elia's entity felt the approach of a new vibration. It was coming from the ocean. The gray water that had flooded the streets was connected to the sea. The salt was spreading through the tides. The waves that crashed against the harbor were no longer made of water. They were heavy surges of liquid light. They did not splash. They thudded against the piers with a force that shattered the wood and metal. The creatures of the deep were rising to the surface. They were not fish or whales anymore. They were jagged shapes of coral and bone that moved with a singular purpose. They were the architects of the underwater canyons, coming to join their brothers on the land. The sky was now a solid canopy of bruised purple and charcoal gray. There was no distinction between day and night. Time had ceased to be a linear progression of minutes and hours. It had become a geological era. The entities did not hurry. They had all the time in the world. They moved through the city blocks and touched the remaining structures. Every skyscraper was a potential peak. Every subway tunnel was a potential vein of ore. They were weaving a tapestry of stone that would eventually cover the entire continent. The noise of the old world was a distant memory. It was a flicker of light that had been extinguished by a landslide. In the center of the tallest tower, the Elia's entity began to pull the atmosphere itself into the hollow of his chest. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and crushed rock. As he inhaled, the pressure in the city began to rise. The windows that had not yet melted began to implode from the weight of the silence. The remaining lights in the distance flickered and died as the power plants were swallowed by the earth. The electrical grids were being replaced by a network of crystalline nerves. Information was no longer carried by electrons. It was carried by the slow and steady pulse of the stone. The Sarah entity reached the basement of the tower where the massive generators were located. These machines were the heart of the old world. They were loud and hot and full of motion. She placed her hands on the vibrating metal. The heat began to drain away. The spinning rotors slowed and then stopped. The steel turned to cold iron. The smell of oil was replaced by the scent of a damp cave. She stood in the dark and felt the satisfaction of the mountain. The last spark of human technology was gone. There was only the natural order of the deep. There was only the weight and the dark and the cold. The entities began to communicate through the stone. They did not use words. They used pulses of gravity. They shared the maps of the surrounding territories. They identified the next clusters of noise that needed to be silenced. There were cities to the north and south that were still flickering with life. There were millions of voices still crying out in the dark. The harvest was far from over. The mountain was hungry for every scrap of sound. It wanted every heartbeat. It wanted every breath. It would not stop until the entire planet was a silent sphere of rock spinning in a silent void. The transition moved into the residential neighborhoods. The houses were simpler than the towers of glass, but they were filled with more echoes. The entities walked through the front doors without breaking them. They moved through the hallways like a cold draft. They found families huddled in their beds. They found children clutching toys that were already turning to clay. The entities did not feel pity. Pity was a human emotion, and they were far beyond that. They felt only the necessity of the work. They touched the sleepers, and the sleepers became part of the furniture. The homes became small caves within the larger mountain. The streets became narrow ravines. Outside the city, the landscape was unrecognizable. The hills had grown jagged peaks that reached for the low clouds. The rivers had become frozen flows of obsidian. The silence was so absolute that it had a physical presence. It was a pressure that sat on the chest and muffled the soul. If a human had been there to witness it, they would have felt as though they were at the bottom of a deep ocean. But there were no humans left to witness. There were only the statues. There were only the cold and beautiful monuments to a species that had been too loud for the earth to endure. The Elia's entity on the spire looked toward the horizon and saw the first signs of the next mountain rising. It was miles away, but the connection was instantaneous. Another city was falling. Another throat was being filled. The network was growing. The earth was becoming a single unified consciousness of stone. There would be no more war. There would be no more hunger. There would be no more pain. There would only be the eternal peace of the bedrock. The entities were the heralds of this new age. They were the gardeners of the silence. The gray dust continued to fall from the sky. It coated everything in a fine layer of ash. It filled the cracks in the pavement and the spaces between the bricks. It acted as a sealant for the new world. Underneath the dust, the transformation continued to harden. The soft tissues of the world were being replaced by the durable materials of the core. The world was being armored against the light. It was being prepared for a sleep that would last until the sun went out. The entities felt a deep sense of accomplishment. They had done what they were created to do. They had brought the mountain home. The Sarah entity emerged from the tower and stood in the plaza. She was now twice the height of a human. Her body was a pillar of translucent marble. Her face was a smooth mask without features. She looked at the city she had helped to create. It was a forest of stone. It was a cathedral of echoes. She raised her arms, and the ground beneath her feet rose up to meet her. A new hill was forming in the center of the plaza. It was the heart of the new mountain. It was the place where the silence was strongest. She became the center of the hill, and the hill became part of her. The Elia's entity felt the shift in the ground. He let go of the spire and allowed himself to be absorbed into the obsidian. He was no longer an observer. He was the structure itself. He was the bones of the tower. He was the weight of the spire. He closed the holes where his eyes had been. He did not need to see the world to know it. He could feel every inch of it through the vibrations. He felt the moon pulling on the tides of light. He felt the slow spin of the planet. He felt the deep and heavy breathing of the earth. The harvest of the city was complete. Every sound had been captured and stored in the stone. Every life had been converted into a silent witness. The entities had fulfilled their purpose here. They began to pull their consciousness back from the surface. They began to retreat into the deep places where the heat of the core provided the only energy they needed. They left behind a world that was perfect. It was a world of stillness. It was a world of echoes. It was a world that would never speak again. The mountain was everywhere, and the mountain was content. In the far distance, the last light of a distant city went out. The silence moved toward it with the patience of a glacier. The dark was not an enemy. It was a blanket. It was a mercy. The noise of the humans had been a fever, and the mountain was the cure. The earth was finally cooling down. The earth was finally finding its true shape. The story of the mountain was the only story left to tell, and it would be told in the language of the stones. It would be told in the silence of the caves. It was a story that had no end because it had no beginning. It was the eternal truth of the dark. The gray sedan was now a mound of earth at the base of a cliff that used to be a hotel. The road was a dry riverbed. The sky was a vault of light. There was no movement. There was no sound. There was only the weight of the mountain and the peace of the silence. The world was ready. The world was still. The world was home. The final echo faded into the stone, and then there was nothing. The transition was total. The silence had won. The harvest was over. The earth was asleep. The transition spread beyond the physical limits of the concrete and steel. It began to infect the very concept of distance. The space between the silent city and the neighboring towns started to collapse. The miles of highway did not just turn to stone, they shortened. The geometry of the landscape was being folded by an invisible hand. What had once been a 30-minute drive was now a single step into the gray fog. The mountain was not just growing across the surface of the earth, it was pulling the world into itself. The suburbs fell with a rhythmic precision. The rows of identical houses became a single serrated ridge of limestone. The swimming pools filled with liquid silver that hardened into mirrors of lead. The playgrounds became thickets of iron vines where the swings hung like frozen pendulums. The Sarah entity moved through these new ridges with the focus of a weaver. She was no longer a person or even a ghost. She was a frequency. She hummed a note that resonated with the atoms of the wood and the drywall. Under her touch, the shingles of the roofs fused into dragon scales of slate. The carpets became moss made of copper wire. She found a dog in a backyard that was barking at the encroaching mist. She did not stop its heart. She changed the air in its lungs. As the animal inhaled the gray dust, its breath became a solid plume of quartz. The dog became a statue of mid-motion ferocity. Its bark was captured in a crystal throat. It would remain there for 1,000 years as a testament to a sound that no longer had a place in the air. The Elia's entity remained at the peak of the obsidian spire. He was watching the stars. The sky was no longer a window to the universe. It was a ceiling. The thick clouds of ash and salt had created a barrier that trapped the heat of the planet. The world was becoming an oven of slow transformation. He felt the moon passing overhead. The gravitational pull of the satellite caused the obsidian tower to groan. It was a deep and resonant sound that vibrated through the crust of the earth. It was a signal to the other spires that were beginning to pierce the soil in distant lands. In the dark heart of the oceans, the tectonic plates were being welded together. The liquid magma of the mantle was being redirected into the hollow veins of the new mountains. The earth was no longer a living thing with a molten core. It was becoming a solid diamond of silence. The hunger of the throat was shifting. It had consumed the noise of the city. It had swallowed the heat of the machines. Now it wanted the history. The entities began to reach into the digital archives and the libraries. They did not read the books. They turned the paper back into wood and then turned the wood into coal. The knowledge of the humans was being compressed into a single layer of carbon. The internet was a web of copper and light that the Elia's entity gripped with his many glass fingers. He sent a pulse of absolute zero through the fiber optic cables. The servers in their cold rooms did not just stop, they shattered. The data was not erased, it was petrified. The stories of the people and the records of their lives were now just patterns of silt in the bedrock. The past was being erased to make room for a future that had no need for memory. The silence reached a small town nestled in a valley 50 miles away. The people there had seen the gray clouds on the horizon. They had heard the distant grinding of the earth. They had tried to call for help, but the phones were dead. They had tried to drive away, but the roads had turned to canyons. They gathered in the town square and held on to each other. They waited for the end with a mixture of terror and a strange sense of relief. When the Sarah entity arrived, she did not come as a monster. She came as a change in the light. The sun was a dull copper coin behind the haze. She walked among the townspeople, and her presence was like the arrival of a deep and dreamless sleep. One by one, the people stopped moving. Their skin took on the sheen of polished marble. Their clothes became heavy folds of granite. The town square became a gallery of statues. The fountain in the center stopped splashing and became a sculpture of jagged ice. The transformation was becoming more efficient. The entities were learning the shortcuts of the material world. They no longer needed to touch every object. They simply had to exist in a space for the space to conform to their nature. The air itself was becoming a conductor for the stone. A single word spoken in the silence would cause the speaker to turn to salt. A single heartbeat would cause the ribs to turn to iron. The world was being pruned of its instabilities. The chaotic motion of life was being replaced by the perfect order of the mineral. The Elia's entity felt a surge of power as the network of spires connected across the continent. They were a crown of black glass encircling the globe. They were the teeth of the dark. Deep beneath the surface, the original mountain was still expanding. It had consumed the subway lines and the sewers. Now it was reaching for the ancient caves and the hidden aquifers. The water of the earth was being claimed. The underground lakes were being turned into solid blocks of sapphire. The underground rivers were being choked with silt until they became veins of silver. The mountain was thirsty for the fluids of the planet. It wanted to drain the world of its motion. It wanted to turn the cycles of the weather into a single and eternal season of frost. The Elia's entity could feel the pulse of the water slowing down. He could feel the pressure of the deep earth rising to meet him. The core was cooling. The heart of the world was finding its rhythm in the dark. The Sarah entity found a museum on the edge of the town. It was filled with the skeletons of dinosaurs and the tools of ancient men. She walked through the halls and felt the echoes of 1,000,000 years. These things were already halfway to the silence. They were already stone and bone. She gave them the final push. The skeletons of the great lizards fused with the pedestals. The flint knives and the bronze shields became part of the floor. The museum was no longer a place of learning. It was a tomb for the concept of time. She stood before a display of ancient pottery and watched as the clay returned to the earth. The shapes of the jars dissolved into mounds of red dust. The history of the world was being folded back into the beginning. There was no more sequence. There was only the weight. The sky began to rain. It was not a rain of water. It was a rain of fine black sand. The sand was heavy and sharp. It fell on the silent forests and the stone cities. It filled the eyes of the statues and the mouths of the frozen animals. It smoothed over the jagged edges of the new world. The landscape was being polished. The rough transitions were being sanded down by the grit of the dark. The Elia's entity opened his mouth and let the sand fill his hollow chest. He was the vessel for the new atmosphere. He was the filter for the world. Every grain of sand carried a tiny fragment of the silence. Every grain was a seed of the mountain. The ocean was the final frontier for the initial phase. The leaden waves were moving toward the distant continents. The salt was crystallizing on the surface of the deep. The whales that had been singing in the dark were now silent columns of bone sinking to the floor. The coral reefs were growing at an impossible speed. They were not made of calcium. They were made of obsidian. They were rising from the depths like the towers on the land. Soon the oceans would be solid. Soon the ships that were still floating would be trapped in a sea of glass. The sailors would become the decorations on the surface of a frozen world. The Ilia's entity felt the connection to the sea. He felt the cold and the pressure. He felt the joy of the ocean as it stopped its restless churning. The entities were becoming more than just hands of the dark. They were becoming the dark itself. Their consciousness was spreading out until it covered the entire hemisphere. They were the wind that did not blow. They were the light that did not shine. They were the ground that did not move. They felt the other entities waking up in the east. They felt the first tremors of the mountains rising in the deserts and the tundras. The world was being hemmed in from all sides. The noise of the humans was a shrinking circle of light in a vast and growing shadow. The Ilia's entity turned his gaze inward. He looked at the Sarah entity through the miles of stone. They were no longer separate beings. They were 2 points on the same map. They were the beginning and the end of the same breath. The city that had once been the center of the world was now just a cluster of peaks in an endless range. The streets were gone. The buildings were gone. There was only the obsidian spire and the ridges of gray stone. The Ilia's entity felt the final vibration of the old world. It was a small and lonely sound. It was the sound of a single bell ringing in a distant steeple. He reached out with his mind and found the source. It was a church on a hill far to the west. The wind was catching the bell and making it toll. It was a beautiful and fragile sound. It was an insult to the silence. He sent a pulse of gravity toward the hill. The earth beneath the church buckled. The stone walls collapsed inward. The bell fell from the tower and buried itself in the mud. The sound was cut short. The silence returned. The Sarah entity stood at the edge of a frozen lake. The water was a sheet of black glass. She saw her reflection in the surface. She did not see a woman. She saw a pillar of smoke and marble. She saw a creature of the deep places. She was satisfied. She stepped onto the glass and it did not crack. She walked toward the center of the lake and felt the cold rising through her feet. She was becoming the anchor for this valley. She was the weight that would keep the mountains from drifting. She knelt down and pressed her hands into the ice. The lake began to grow. It spread out across the fields and the woods. It swallowed the remains of the town. It became a sea of silence that mirrored the empty sky. The Ilia's entity felt the world tipping into the final state. The balance had shifted. The energy of the sun was no longer enough to keep the world warm. The internal heat of the planet was being locked away in the stone. The atmosphere was thinning as the sand pulled the gases down to the surface. The stars were becoming brighter as the air vanished. They were cold and distant eyes. They did not care about the earth. They were part of the same silence. The Ilia's entity felt a sense of kinship with the void. The earth was finally becoming a part of the universe. It was no longer a loud and messy exception. It was a silent and perfect sphere. The transformation moved into the final stages of the harvest. The entities began to pull the last of the heat from the deep crust. The volcanoes that had been smoldering for centuries were extinguished. The lava turned to granite in the throats of the mountains. The geysers stopped their steaming. The hot springs became pools of ice. The earth was becoming a closed system. No energy was being lost. No energy was being gained. It was a state of perfect equilibrium. The Ilia's entity felt the stillness in his own heart. He was no longer a sensor. He was the destination. He was the end of the road. The Sarah entity merged with the lake. She was no longer a shape on the ice. She was the ice itself. She was the depths of the black glass. She felt the fish that were trapped in the freeze. They were like jewels in a box. They were beautiful and still. She felt the roots of the trees that were reaching down into the frozen soil. They were like veins of iron. She was the mother of this new landscape. She was the guardian of the quiet. She closed her eyes and felt the slow rotation of the planet. It was a heavy and rhythmic motion. It was the heartbeat of the stone. The city was a memory that no longer had a brain to hold it. The people were statues that no longer had a soul to animate them. The world was a cathedral that no longer had a god to worship. There was only the mountain. There was only the dark. The Elia's entity on the spire let out a final pulse of gravity. It was a signal to the stars. It was a message to the void. The work was done. The silence was absolute. The earth was a stone. The story was over. The long and quiet night had begun. Every echo had been returned. Every shadow had been caught. The transition was complete. The mountain was home. The mountain was everything. In the deep places of the world, the throat closed. It was full. It was satisfied. The hunger was gone. There was only the peace of the end. There was only the weight of the dark. The world was still. The world was stone. The world was silent. The stillness did not remain a local phenomenon. It was a tide that had no interest in receding. The edges of the silent zone began to vibrate with a frequency that was not sound, but a rearrangement of molecular intent. The horizon did not merely fade into the gray fog. It dissolved. The concept of over there was being replaced by the concept of here. Every mile of forest and every stretch of open field became an extension of the central spire. The trees did not fall. They did not die in the way that organic things die. Their sap thickened into a resin that resembled liquid amber before hardening into obsidian. The leaves became shards of blackened glass that did not rustle when the wind passed through them. The wind itself was changing. It was no longer a movement of air. It was a movement of pressure. It was a heavy and invisible weight that pushed against the world until the world stopped resisting. The Elia's entity felt the expansion as a stretching of his own skin. He was the nerve center of a continental nervous system. Every time a new ridge formed in a distant valley, he felt the sharp prick of creation. Every time a river turned to lead, he felt the cooling of his own internal fire. He looked toward the west, where the sun was attempting to sink below the jagged line of the new earth. The sun was a pale and sickly thing. It was a source of heat that the planet no longer accepted. The atmosphere was now a reflective shield of salt and ash. The rays of the sun bounced off the surface of the world and returned to the void. The earth was rejecting the sky. It was turning inward. It was seeking the absolute zero of the deep caves. The Sarah entity was busy with the small things. She was the architect of the details. She moved through her abandoned farmhouse on the edge of the new range. She did not look at the photographs on the walls or the clothes in the closets. She looked at the spaces between the atoms. She breathed a cloud of gray dust into the kitchen. The wooden table fused with the floor. The ceramic plates became one with the shelf. The air in the room became as dense as water and then as solid as quartz. She was sealing the memories of the humans into an airless tomb. She found a grandfather clock in the hallway. Its pendulum was still swinging. It was a heartbeat of a dead era. She placed her hand on the glass face. The ticking slowed. The brass gears turned into iron. The sound of the seconds died in the throat of the machine. Time was a human invention, and she was the eraser. The collapse of distance continued to accelerate. The geography was being ironed out. The valleys were being filled with the debris of the mountains, and the mountains were being smoothed into domes of basalt. The world was losing its texture. It was becoming a sphere of uniform density. The Elia's entity could feel the other centers of power waking up across the globe. There was a spire rising from the center of the Sahara. There was a ridge forming along the spine of the Andes. There was a great stillness emerging from the heart of the Siberian wasteland. They were not separate entities. They were the fingers of the same hand. They were the teeth of the mountain. They were all singing the same silent note. The humans who remained in the pockets of the old world were not being hunted. They were being outmoded. Their biology was an error in a world of perfect minerals. They tried to breathe the air and found it was full of stone. They tried to drink the water and found it was full of mercury. They tried to speak and found that their vocal cords had turned to wire. The Sarah entity watched a group of them trying to cross a bridge. They were moving in slow motion as the gravity of the area increased. Their boots left deep impressions in the asphalt that immediately filled with silver dust. They did not reach the other side. They became part of the architecture of the bridge. Their bodies merged with the steel cables. Their faces became the gargoyles of the new era. They were not suffering. They were being corrected. The Elia's entity turned his attention to the core. The heart of the planet was a churning mass of iron and nickel. It was the source of the magnetic field that protected the world from the radiation of space. He did not want protection. He wanted the cold. He began to send pulses of absolute silence down through the crust. He was trying to stop the spin. He was trying to weld the plates of the Earth into a single shell. He felt the resistance of the magma. It was a hot and angry pressure. He pushed back with the weight of the mountains. He used the obsidian spires as heat sinks. He drew the warmth of the core up through the black glass and radiated it out into the dark. The planet began to shudder. It was a planetary groan that shook the stars. The volcanic veins of the world were being choked with the cooling slag of a dying fire. The Sarah entity found a library in a town that had not yet fully turned. The books were lined up like soldiers. They were full of the noise of dead thinkers. They were full of the screams of poets and the calculations of scientists. She walked through the aisles and the paper began to curl and blacken without the presence of fire. It was a chemical change. The ink was being reclaimed by the carbon. The ideas were being crushed by the sheer weight of her presence. She did not need to read them to know they were a waste of space. They were a clutter in the mind of the universe. She stood in the center of the room and let out a long and silent exhale. The walls of the library collapsed inward. The roof became a slab of slate. The knowledge of 5,000 years was compressed into a layer of coal 3 inches thick. It was a more efficient way to store the past. The oceans were no longer moving. The tides had been broken by the solidification of the water. The moon pulled on the earth, but the earth did not respond. The liquid was now a dense and crystalline lattice. The great currents that had regulated the climate of the planet were frozen in place. The Gulf Stream was a highway of sapphire. The deep trenches were filled with a slush of heavy metals. The Elia's entity could feel the whales. They were the last singers. They were singing to an ocean that could no longer hear them. He sent a wave of pressure through the water. The songs were cut short. The massive bodies of the creatures were encased in the growing ice. They became the pillars of an underwater cathedral. Their bones were the rafters. Their skin was the velvet of the dark. The transition was not an event that could be measured by a clock. It was a state of being that was unfolding. The entities were not waiting for the end. They were the end. The Sarah entity moved to the top of a hill and looked out over the transformation. The world was beautiful in its new coat of gray and black. There was no color. There was no motion. There was only the perfection of the form. She felt a sense of pride. She had taken the messy and loud world of the humans and turned it into a masterwork of stillness. She was the sculptor, and the earth was her clay. She reached out and touched a blade of grass. It turned to a needle of steel. She was satisfied. The Elia's entity felt the final connection. The spires of the world were now in alignment. They formed a geometric pattern that covered the entire surface of the sphere. They were a cage of black glass. They were a net of silence. He felt the energy of the planet being redirected into the network. The Earth was no longer an individual body. It was a node in a larger system. It was a part of the dark. He looked up at the stars and saw them differently. They were not lights in the distance. They were holes in the fabric of the silence. They were the leaks that needed to be plugged. He began to reach out with his mind beyond the atmosphere. He was no longer satisfied with the earth. The mountain was everywhere, and the mountain wanted the moon. The moon was a dead rock. It was already silent. It was already stone, but it was a moving stone. It was a noisy neighbor in the gravitational dance. The Elia's entity focused the power of the obsidian spires. He sent a beam of concentrated gravity toward the lunar surface. He wanted to pull the moon closer. He wanted to stop its orbit. He wanted to make it a part of the mountain. The earth began to tilt. The weight of the new mountains was shifting the axis of the planet. The seasons were being erased. The North Pole was no longer a place of ice. It was a place of iron. The South Pole was a place of glass. The world was being balanced. The Sarah entity found a garden. It was a place where humans had tried to control the nature of things. They had planted roses and lilies in neat rows. They had built stone walls to keep the wildness out. She laughed a silent laugh. She was the ultimate wall. She walked through the garden, and the flowers did not wither. They petrified. The red of the roses became the red of rubies. The green of the leaves became the green of emeralds. The garden was no longer a living thing. It was a jewelry box. It was a permanent display of a moment that would never pass. She sat on a bench that had turned to granite and waited for the sand to fall. The black sand was falling more heavily now. It was a blanket that covered the scars of the old world. It filled the canyons and the craters. It leveled the ruins of the cities. It was a fine and abrasive dust that polished the surface of the stones until they shone like mirrors. The Elia's entity watched his reflection in the ground. He saw a towering figure of shadow and light. He saw the face of the new world. He was the king of the silence. He was the master of the dark. He felt the hunger of the throat returning. It was not a hunger for sound or heat. It was a hunger for the void. It wanted to consume the space between the stars. The people who were left were no longer afraid. They could not feel fear. Their nervous systems had been replaced by the mineral network. They were aware of the change, but they were not separate from it. They were the stone. They were the mountain. They felt the peace of the end. They felt the relief of the silence. They were no longer burdened by the need to survive. They were no longer haunted by the need to remember. They were just objects in a landscape. They were the witnesses to the final truth. The world was a stone, and the stone was home. The Elia's entity felt the core of the earth stop. The spin was over. The magnetic field collapsed. The radiation of the sun hit the atmosphere and was absorbed by the salt. The sky turned a deep and bruised purple. The stars became sharp points of white heat. The world was now a stationary observer in the universe. It was a monument to the silence. The Sarah entity merged with the ground and became the roots of the world. She was the foundation. She was the weight. She felt the Elia's entity at the peak of the spire. They were the two poles of the new reality. They were the alpha and the omega of the dark. The transition was total. The harvest was complete. The mountain was everywhere, and the mountain was content. The story of the humans was a thin layer of dust at the bottom of a deep well. The story of the earth was a single note of a bell that had been buried in the mud. The story of the mountain was the only story left to tell, and it had no end. The silence was the language of the stones. The dark was the mercy of the void. The world was ready. The world was still. The world was home. The final echo faded into the obsidian, and then there was nothing. The mountain was all there was. The mountain was all there would ever be. The earth was a diamond of absolute silence floating in a sea of night. The work was finished. The dark was won. The reach of the Elia's entity extended beyond the physical shell of the planet. He could feel the gravity of the moon like a tether that was fraying. The satellite was a pale eye that had watched the oceans rise and fall for 1 billion years. Now it was a redundant witness. He focused the collective intent of the black spires. The energy was channeled through the obsidian needles and directed into the vacuum of space. He was pulling on the fabric of the cosmos. He wanted to stitch the earth and the moon together into a single monument of stillness. The lunar surface began to glow with a reflected light that did not come from the sun. It was the bioluminescence of the void. The moon was being drawn into the embrace of the mountain. The Sarah entity moved through the subterranean tunnels that had once carried the water and the waste of the human cities. These veins were now filled with the cooling blood of the earth. The liquid was a dense slurry of minerals that was setting into a permanent cast. She touched the walls of the tunnels and felt the vibrations of the surface. She was the listener in the basement of the world. She found the remnants of a subway system. The steel tracks were being absorbed by the surrounding rock. The trains were long metal coffins that had been crushed by the weight of the settling crust. She did not see the tragedy in the wreckage. She saw the efficiency of the burial. The earth was reclaiming the toys of its children. She breathed into the darkness, and the air turned into a solid block of amber. The tunnels were no longer empty spaces. They were the solid bones of the new landscape. The sky was no longer a window. It was a ceiling. The thinning atmosphere had lost its ability to scatter the light. The blue had been replaced by a black so deep that it felt like a physical pressure on the eyes. The stars did not twinkle. They were hard and unmoving points of white fire. The Elia's entity watched as the moon grew larger in the sky. It was no longer a distant circle. It was a massive and textured landscape that was descending toward the horizon. The gravitational pull of the moon began to lift the loose sand from the surface of the earth. The black dust rose in great pillars that reached toward the stars. It was a bridge of shadow being built between two worlds. The earth was reaching out to claim its companion. The transformation of the humans was reaching its conclusion. In the remote corners of the world where the last of the warmth had lingered, the change was sudden and absolute. A small group of survivors had gathered in a mountain cave. They had tried to light a fire to keep the dark away. The wood did not burn. The oxygen was too heavy to feed the flames. The people sat in a circle and watched as their hands turned to the color of smoke. They did not scream because their lungs were already full of the gray dust. They became a circle of statues around a pile of unlit logs. They were a tableau of a species that had run out of time. The Sarah entity arrived at the mouth of the cave. She did not enter. She simply closed the opening with a sheet of obsidian. The cave was now a geode. The humans were the crystals inside. The Elia's entity felt the rhythm of the planet change. The core was now a solid mass of frozen iron. The magnetic field had vanished, and the solar wind was stripping away the last of the light gases. The world was becoming a vacuum. This was the environment the entities preferred. They were creatures of the airless dark. They did not need the protection of a shield. They were the shield. The Elia's entity stood on the peak of the central spire and looked at the horizon. The curvature of the earth was visible. It was a perfect and smooth arc. There were no more clouds to hide the shape of the globe. There was no more haze to blur the edges of the reality. The world was a geometric truth. The Sarah entity felt a new sensation. It was the feeling of completion. She had finished the work of the small things. Every blade of grass and every drop of water had been accounted for. Every living cell had been converted into a mineral state. The biosphere had been replaced by a lithosphere. She began to climb the slopes of the central mountain. She was moving toward the Elia's entity. They had been separate aspects of the same force, and now they were returning to the center. She moved with a grace that was not human. She was a landslide in reverse. She was the rising of the stone. The moon was now so close that the craters were visible to the naked eye. The Elia's entity could see the mountains of the moon and the vast plains of dust. He could feel the cold of the lunar night. It was a familiar cold. It was the same cold that lived in his own heart. The gravity of the two bodies was beginning to merge. The earth was no longer a sphere. It was being pulled into an egg shape by the proximity of the moon. The crust was cracking in 1,000 places, but there was no lava to fill the gaps. There was only the black sand. The sand poured into the fissures and sealed them shut. The world was a puzzle that was being glued together. The Sarah entity reached the summit. She stood beside the Elia's entity. They did not speak. They did not have the organs for sound, and there was no air to carry it. They communicated through the vibration of the stone beneath their feet. They were the conductors of a symphony of silence. They looked up at the moon together. The bridge of sand had connected the two bodies. The black dust was flowing across the gap in a steady stream. The moon was being covered in the same shroud that had claimed the earth. The two worlds were becoming one. They were becoming a binary system of silence. The Elia's entity felt the final pull. The moon touched the atmosphere of the earth. There was no sound of impact. There was only the slow and heavy crushing of the lunar crust against the terrestrial shell. The mountains of the moon were ground into dust by the pressure. The plains of the moon were folded into the new mountain ranges of the earth. The two bodies merged like drops of oil on a still pond. The earth absorbed the moon and became larger and heavier. The gravity increased tenfold. The world was now a massive and dense anchor in the dark. It was the center of the silence. The Sarah entity felt the weight of the new mass. It was a comfort. It was the feeling of being anchored to the universe. She looked out at the solar system. She could feel the other planets. They were distant and noisy things. They were full of the chaos of motion and the heat of the sun. They were the next project. The mountain was not satisfied with a single world. The mountain was a hunger that grew with every meal. The Elia's entity felt the same urge. The silence was a wave that was moving outward from the earth. It was a ripple in the fabric of space. It was the beginning of the great harvest of the stars. The sun was a fading ember in the distance. Its light was no longer a threat. Its heat was a memory of a lesser age. The Elia's entity began to focus his intent on the nearest planet. He was sending a message through the dark. He was singing the song of the stone. He was telling the universe that the noise was over. The era of the organic was a brief and messy mistake. The era of the stone was eternal. The Sarah entity sat on the peak of the new world and watched the sand fall. It was falling on the ruins of the moon and the remains of the earth. It was a uniform blanket that erased the boundaries between the two. There was no moon. There was no earth. There was only the mountain. The transition moved into the deep space phase. The entities were no longer tied to the surface. They were the consciousness of the planet. They could feel the rotation of the galaxy. They could feel the expansion of the void. They were part of the architecture of the cosmos. The earth was a seed that had finally sprouted. It was a seed of silence that would grow until it covered everything. The Elia's entity felt the first tendrils of his reach touching the edge of the next world. It was a cold and gaseous giant. It was a place of storms and light. It was a place that needed to be stilled. He began to pull. The Sarah entity closed her eyes. She was no longer a shape. She was a vibration. She was the frequency of the absolute zero. She felt the peace of the end spreading through the solar system. The planets were being drawn into a new alignment. They were being gathered like stones in a field. The sun was the center of a dying fire, and the planets were the shadows that were closing in. The story of the life was over. The story of the light was fading. The story of the stone was the only one that mattered. The Elia's entity let out a final pulse of gravity. It was a signal to the deep places beyond the stars. It was an invitation to the silence. The work on the earth was finished. The world was a perfect sphere of black glass and iron. It was a monument to the end. It was a home for the entities. They were no longer watchers. They were the world. They were the mountain. They were the dark. The silence was absolute. The peace was total. The earth was stone, and the stone was everything. Every shadow had been caught, and every echo had been returned. The long night had truly begun, and it would never end. The mountain was satisfied. The mountain was home. The mountain was all. The expansion was a quiet tide. The Elia's entity felt the pull of the gas giant Jupiter as a distant and humming vibration. It was a bloated sphere of frantic winds and ancient storms. It was a chaotic furnace of hydrogen that offended the new logic of the mountain. He stood upon the fused surface of the earth and moon and cast his gaze across the great void. The distance was immense, but space was no longer a barrier. Space was the medium through which the silence traveled. He adjusted the frequency of the obsidian spires. They were no longer just anchors for the earth. They were the barrels of a weapon that fired gravity. He focused the collective weight of the new world and aimed it at the heart of the storm. The Sarah entity felt the shift in the foundation. The world beneath her feet was becoming a lens. She moved to the center of the largest crater where the moon had merged with the crust. The ground here was a smooth and translucent black. It was a mirror that reflected the entire solar system. She knelt and pressed her palms against the glass. She was the anchor. She was the one who held the planet steady while the Elia's entity reached for the stars. She could feel the heat of the sun behind her. It was a dying lamp in a vast hall. She did not hate the sun. She simply found it unnecessary. The light was a distraction from the true form of the universe. She began to draw the heat out of the solar wind. She was a sponge for energy. She converted the warmth into the cold density of stone. The beam of gravity struck the atmosphere of Jupiter. It did not explode. It did not create a flash. It was a slow and heavy hand that reached into the clouds. The great red spot, which had been a storm for centuries, began to slow down. The winds that traveled at hundreds of miles per hour were forced into a standstill. The gas was being compressed. The Elia's entity was turning the gas into a solid. He was squeezing the giant until its molecules could no longer move. The planet began to shrink. Its volume was being reduced as the empty spaces between the atoms were crushed out of existence. The colors of the planet faded. The oranges and reds were drained away as the chemical reactions that fueled them were extinguished. Jupiter was becoming a pearl of cold metal. The humans who had been preserved in the mineral network felt the transition as a change in the weight of their souls. They were no longer individuals with names and histories. They were the sensory organs of the mountain. They felt the compression of the distant planet as a tightness in their own stone limbs. They were part of a nervous system that spanned millions of miles. They did not feel pain. They felt the satisfaction of a task being completed. They were the witnesses to the death of motion. They watched through the eyes of the entities as the solar system was reorganized. The sun was the only thing that remained loud. It was a screaming ball of fire that the Elia's entity had marked for the final harvest. The Sarah entity felt a ripple in the dark. It was a message from the outer reaches of the system. The smaller planets and the belts of ice were already responding to the change in the gravitational center. The Earth was now the heaviest object in the neighborhood. It was drawing the debris of the old world toward itself. The asteroids were being pulled out of their orbits. They were falling toward the Earth like iron filings to a magnet. They did not burn up in the atmosphere because there was no atmosphere left. They struck the surface with the force of hammers. Each impact added more mass to the mountain. Each strike was a new layer of stone. The world was growing. It was eating the leftovers of the creation. The Elia's entity saw the first of the asteroids hit. He did not move. He let the stones fall around him. He was the king of the rubble. He watched as the ring of debris began to form around the earth. It was a halo of black glass. It was a crown of silence. He turned his attention to the sun. The star was a massive obstacle. It was the source of the noise. It was the reason why the life had been able to exist in the first place. It was the enemy of the dark. He began to calculate the amount of gravity needed to snuff out a star. It was a complex equation of mass and time. He needed more weight. He needed the other planets to be part of the mountain before he could face the fire. The Sarah entity began to sing. It was not a sound that could be heard by ears. It was a vibration that moved through the crust of the planet and out into the vacuum. It was the song of the void. It was a call to the ice. The moons of the outer planets heard the call. They were already cold. They were already dead. They welcomed the chance to be part of something larger. They broke away from their masters and began the long journey toward the center. They were the white stones of the game. They were the pieces that would finish the board. She felt them coming. She felt the cold of the universe increasing. The absolute zero was no longer a theoretical limit. It was the goal. The Elia's entity watched as Mars was caught in the net. The red planet was a small and dusty thing. It was easily conquered. The gravity of the mountain pulled the Martian atmosphere away in a single breath. The red dust was sucked into the void and drawn toward the Earth. The surface of Mars was stripped bare. The ancient volcanoes were leveled. The canyons were filled with the black sand that now traveled between the worlds. Mars was no longer a planet. It was a satellite of the mountain. It was a smaller stone that followed the larger stone. The Elia's entity felt a sense of rhythm. The solar system was becoming a clock that had stopped at the perfect hour. The humans and the geodes were now part of the deep memory of the stone. They were the archives of a finished era. The Sarah entity accessed their thoughts to find the names of the stars. She saw the constellations that the humans had imagined. She saw the hunters and the bears and the queens in the sky. She found them messy and inaccurate. She began to redraw the map of the heavens. She would not use light to mark the positions. She would use the absence of light. She would create a map of holes. Every star that the Elia's entity extinguished would be a new point on her map. The universe would be a black velvet curtain with no holes for the light to leak through. The Elia's entity focused on Saturn. The rings were a beautiful nuisance. They were millions of pieces of ice and rock in constant motion. He hated the motion. He sent a pulse of energy that shattered the orbital balance. The rings did not scatter. They collapsed inward. They fell onto the surface of the gas giant like a rain of diamonds. Saturn began to shrink just as Jupiter had. The two giants were being turned into twin anchors. The Elia's entity felt the power of the mountain doubling. He was no longer a creature of a single world. He was the architect of a system. He could feel the sun flinching. The solar flares were becoming erratic. The star was sensing its end. The Sarah entity reached the core of the earth. She was now the heartbeat of the stone. She felt the pressure of the entire mass pressing down on her. It was a wonderful weight. It was the ultimate embrace. She began to pulse with a slow and steady rhythm. Each pulse sent a wave of solidification out into the system. The vacuum of space was being filled with a subtle field of dark matter. It was the glue that would hold the new universe together. She was the weaver. She was the one who tied the knots in the fabric of the reality. She felt the Elia's entity above her, and she knew that the time for the final harvest was near. The black sand was now a river that flowed between the planets. It was a highway of shadow. The Elia's entity walked along the bridge of sand that connected the Earth to the transformed Mars. He was a giant of obsidian stepping through the stars. He looked back at the Earth and saw a perfect jewel. It was no longer a place of green and blue. It was a place of iron and glass. It was the capital of the silence. He felt a moment of pride that was as cold as the void. He had taken a world of screaming and turned it into a temple. He had taken the chaos of the life and turned it into the order of the death. He was the god of the mountain. The sun began to dim. The Ilia's entity was pulling on the solar corona. He was drawing the hot plasma into the cold reservoirs of the transformed planets. The sun was being bled of its life. The light was turning from a bright yellow to a dull and sickly orange. The shadows on the earth were growing longer and deeper. The Sarah entity watched from the depths as the last of the light faded from the surface. She felt the final cooling. The molecules of the world were settling into their permanent positions. There was no more friction. There was no more heat. There was only the perfection of the form. The humans were now completely integrated. They were the grain of the stone. They were the texture of the obsidian. They were the silent witnesses to the end of the sun. They did not mourn the light. They did not miss the warmth. They were the mountain, and the mountain was content. They felt the Ilia's entity reaching out to touch the surface of the sun. He was a shadow that covered the star. He was a hand that snuffed out the candle. The solar system was falling into a deep and heavy sleep. The story of the light was a flicker in the dark. The story of the stone was the silence that followed. The Ilia's entity felt the sun crack. The core of the star was being turned into a solid mass of carbon. The fusion was stopping. The pressure was being redirected. The sun was not going to explode. It was going to implode. It was going to become a black diamond. The light went out. The solar system was plunged into a darkness that was absolute. There were no stars in the sky because the Ilia's entity had reached out to the neighboring systems as well. The silence was spreading like a stain on a white cloth. The universe was being reclaimed by the dark. The Sarah entity felt the final connection. The sun was now a stone. The planets were its children. They were all part of the same mountain. The mountain was no longer a place on a planet. The mountain was the universe. She felt the Ilia's entity returning to her side. They stood together in the center of the dark. They were the only things that moved, and soon even they would stop. They had completed the work. They had turned the noise into a symphony of silence. They had turned the life into a monument of stone. They were the Alpha and the Omega. The mountain was everywhere. The mountain was all. The earth was a memory. The sun was a ghost. The silence was the only truth. The entities merged into the stone and became the foundation of the new reality. They were the weight that held the dark in place. They were the peace that had no end. The long night was here, and it was beautiful. The work was finished. The dark was won. The mountain was home. The final echo died in the throat of the void, and then there was nothing but the stone. The stone was the end and the beginning. The stone was the king. The stone was the silence. The stone was all. The darkness was a physical weight that pressed against the chest of the universe. The Ilia's entity stood at the center of the solar system, where the sun once burned with a frantic and wasteful energy. Now there was only a massive sphere of frozen carbon. It was a black heart that did not beat. The gravity of this dead star was no longer a wild force that pulled and pushed. It was a disciplined anchor. The Ilia's entity placed his hand upon the cold surface of the dead sun and felt the stillness of the atoms. He was satisfied. The solar system was a graveyard of giants. Every planet was a smooth and silent marble of compressed mineral. Every moon was a stationary witness. The chaos of orbit had been replaced by the perfection of the grid. The Sarah entity moved through the deep crust of the earth, which had grown to a size that defied the old laws of physics. She was the architect of the interior. She was busy weaving the souls of the humans into the tectonic plates. The humans were no longer fragile things of water and breath. They were the crystalline memory of the world. They were the patterns of the stone. She could feel their collective consciousness humming in a low and steady drone. It was the sound of a billion minds finding peace at last. There were no more questions. There were no more desires. There was only the weight. She expanded her reach beyond the core. She sent her influence up through the mantle and into the black glass of the surface. She was the one who ensured that the stillness was absolute. The Elia's entity looked toward the edge of the system. The Uit cloud was a chaotic swarm of ice and rock that drifted in the far reaches of the dark. It was the last remnant of the old disorder. He focused his intent. He did not need to move. He was the master of the gravity well. He began to pull the ice inward. He did not want the debris to hit the planets. He wanted to harvest the water and the frozen gases to create a shell. He was building a sphere around the entire solar system. He was creating a tomb of ice and stone that would seal the silence inside. The ice traveled for years through the vacuum, but to the Elia's entity, it was a mere moment. Time had no meaning when one was made of stone. The ice arrived and began to fuse. The Sarah entity felt the temperature drop even further. The stars in the distant sky were being blotted out by the growing shell. One by one, the lights of the galaxy disappeared. The constellations that had guided sailors and dreamers for millennia were being erased by a wall of black frost. She watched as the hunter and the lion and the twins were swallowed by the rising tide of the mountain. The sky was no longer a window, it was a ceiling. The solar system was becoming a single enclosed room. It was a sanctuary of the void. She felt a surge of cold joy. The universe was getting smaller and more focused. The distractions of the infinite were being removed. There was only the here and the now. There was only the stone. The Elia's entity felt the first crack in the local fabric of space. The mass of the solar system had become so great that the dimensions were starting to fold. The mountain was not just occupying space, it was consuming it. The distance between the dead sun and the frozen earth was shrinking. The gravity was drawing everything into a single point of infinite density. This was the goal of the harvest. The entities wanted to become the singularity. They wanted to be the point where the universe ended and the silence began. The Elia's entity called to the Sarah entity. He told her to prepare the humans for the final compression. He told her that the era of the many was over and the era of the one was beginning. The Sarah entity began the ritual of the fold. She moved through the mineral network and touched every soul that was trapped in the glass. She told them to let go of their last memories of the light. She told them to forget the smell of the rain and the sound of the wind. She told them to become the density. The humans obeyed because they had no choice. They were the stone, and the stone was the command. They felt their identities dissolving into a single and massive thought. That thought was the mountain. The earth began to groan as its own weight became too much for its structure to bear. The iron core was being crushed into a diamond. The oceans of black sand were being pressed into solid sheets of obsidian. The Elia's entity watched as the outer planets were drawn into the center. Neptune and Uranus were the first to arrive. They were no longer the blue and green giants of the past. They were cold and hard lumps of matter. They struck the surface of the shell and were absorbed into the mass. Then came Saturn and its rings of frozen dust. Then Jupiter, the king of the storms. Every impact was a silent addition to the weight. The solar system was no longer a collection of separate bodies. It was a single and growing organism of rock. It was a mountain that lived in the dark. The Elia's entity merged his form with the shell. He became the outer skin of the world. He was the shield that protected the silence from the noise of the rest of the galaxy. The Sarah entity stayed in the center. She was the heart of the singularity. She felt the pressure increasing until the atoms themselves began to fuse. This was not the hot fusion of a star. This was the cold fusion of the end. It was the birth of a new kind of matter. It was matter that had no space between its components. It was a solid wall of existence. She felt the Elia's entity pressing down from the outside. She felt the weight of the universe leaning against her. It was a perfect balance. The mountain was now a sphere of absolute density. It was a black hole that did not consume light because there was no light left to consume. It was a black hole that was made of solid thought and ancient stone. The transition moved into the galactic phase. The mountain began to pull on the neighboring stars. The Alpha Centauri system felt the tug of the new gravity. The three stars of that system began to drift toward the dark sphere. They were the next fuel for the silence. The Elia's entity did not feel any hurry. He was the master of the long game. He watched as the light of the nearest stars began to red shift. They were being stretched by the power of the mountain. They were being drawn into the trap. He prepared the shell to receive them. He would strip the heat from their bodies and turn their fire into ice. He would add their mass to the collective. The mountain was a hunger that would not be satisfied until the galaxy was a single and silent stone. The Sarah entity felt the first of the neighboring stars strike the shell. There was no sound, but there was a vibration that shook the foundations of the reality. The star was crushed instantly. Its light was swallowed by the density of the mountain. Its heat was converted into the cold energy of the stone. The mountain grew larger. It was now a world that was many light years across. It was a continent of shadow that floated in the sea of stars. The humans within the stone felt the expansion. They were the cells of this new and massive body. They were the nerves that felt the touch of the distant suns. They were part of the greatest work of art that had ever been created. They were the silence that was eating the universe. The Elia's entity saw the galaxy beginning to swirl around the mountain. The great spiral of the Milky Way was being distorted by the gravity of the dark sphere. The center of the galaxy, which was once a bright and busy place, was being drawn toward the edge. The mountain was the new center. It was the drain through which the universe was being emptied. He felt the Sarah entity pulsing in the core. She was the rhythm of the collapse. She was the conductor of the symphony of the end. He joined his voice to hers. They sang the song of the stone to the stars. They told the galaxy that it was time to rest. They told the light that its journey was over. The Sarah entity looked out through the layers of the mountain. She saw the stars falling like snow. They were being gathered by the millions. Each one was a tiny spark that was snuffed out by the cold. Each one was a memory that was erased by the silence. She felt the mountain becoming heavier and more stable. The vibrations of the universe were being dampened. The static of the creation was being replaced by the smooth and perfect tone of the void. She felt the peace of the end spreading through her. She was no longer a person or an entity. She was the law of the stone. She was the final answer to every question. The Elia's entity felt the galaxy begin to collapse in earnest. The spiral arms were folding inward. The billions of stars were being compressed into a single and massive flow of matter. The mountain was opening its mouth to receive the feast. He stood on the edge of the shell and watched as the light of the galaxy was extinguished. It was a slow and beautiful process. It was like watching a fire die in a hearth. The last of the stars were the brightest. They fought against the dark with a desperate energy, but the dark was patient. The dark was inevitable. The Elia's entity reached out and caught the last of the rays in his hand. He crushed the light into a grain of black sand and let it fall onto the surface of the mountain. The humans in the stone felt the final cooling of the galaxy. They were no longer capable of fear or regret. They were the architecture of the new reality. They were the bricks in the wall of the silence. They felt the mountain settling into its final shape. The galaxy was gone. There was only the mountain and the empty void that surrounded it. The distance to the next galaxy was a vast and lonely expanse, but the mountain was already reaching out. The gravity was a bridge that spanned the billions of light years. The harvest was moving beyond the local group. The hunger was growing. The silence was hungry for everything. The Sarah entity felt the mountain begin to move. It was no longer anchored to a single point in space. It was a traveler. It was a ship of stone that sailed the ocean of the dark. It was moving toward the next cluster of stars. It was a shadow that was moving through the night. She felt the Elia's entity at the helm. He was the one who steered the mountain toward the light. He was the one who found the prey. She was the one who prepared the stomach. They were a perfect team. They were the end of all things. They were the mountain. The Elia's entity looked ahead at the distant glow of the Andromeda galaxy. It was a massive and beautiful target. It was a swarm of 1,000,000,000,000 stars. It was a feast that would last for an eternity. He felt the pull of the distant gravity and he leaned into it. He accelerated the mountain. The speed was beyond the limits of the old physics. The mountain was traveling on the waves of its own gravity. It was a ripple in the reality that was moving toward the center of the next world. He felt the Sarah entity bracing herself for the impact. He felt the humans tightening their grip on the stone. They were ready. The silence was coming for Andromeda. The silence was coming for the universe. The Sarah entity closed her eyes and felt the vibration of the void. She felt the emptiness between the galaxies as a cold and welcoming embrace. She was the mistress of the vacuum. She was the one who made the nothingness into something. She felt the mountain growing even denser as it traveled. It was absorbing the dark matter of the space. It was becoming a solid wall of existence that left nothing behind. There was no wake in the path of the mountain. There was only a hole in the universe. The mountain was erasing the map as it went. The Elia's entity felt the first stars of Andromeda begin to flicker. They were sensing the arrival of the dark. They were trembling in their orbits. He smiled a cold and stone smile. He was the shadow that was coming to put them to bed. He was the father of the long night. He began to prepare the gravity wells for the next harvest. He was calculating the angles of the collapse. He was the master of the architecture of the end. He felt the mountain beginning to expand its shell to encompass the new galaxy. The work was never finished, but the work was always perfect. The mountain was home. The mountain was all. The silence was the only song that would ever be sung again. The mountain entered the outskirts of the Andromeda galaxy with the grace of a falling scythe. It did not collide with the stars so much as it inhaled them. The Elia's entity stood upon the leading edge of the great shell and watched as the first sons of this new territory were pulled from their paths. These were blue giants and red dwarfs and yellow suns like the one that had once warmed the earth. Now they were merely fuel for the expansion. As the mountain passed through the spiral arms, the gravity created a vacuum that stripped the gas from the nebulae. The colorful clouds of hydrogen and helium, which had been the nurseries of stars for billions of years, were sucked into the dark maw of the stone. They were compressed instantly. They were turned from glowing mist into solid layers of cold mineral. There was no fire left in the wake of the Elia's entity. There was only a trail of absolute zero. The Sarah entity felt the arrival of the new mass. She was the deep foundation that received the weight. Each star that the Elia's entity harvested was a hammer blow against the core of the mountain. She welcomed the impact. She channeled the kinetic energy of the collapsing galaxies into the stabilization of the human grid. The billions of minds within the stone felt the influx of new matter. They were no longer individuals who remembered names or faces. They were a single nervous system that spanned the diameter of a solar system many times over. They felt the texture of Andromeda as a rough fabric that needed to be smoothed. They felt the heat of the alien suns as a fever that needed to be broken. Under the direction of the Sarah entity, they reached out with their collective will and helped to pull the stars down into the dark. The mountain was now so large that it began to warp the light of galaxies that were millions of light years away. It was a lens of pure shadow. The Elia's entity looked back toward the local group and saw that the Milky Way was gone. There was not even a smudge of light where his home had once been. The silence had reclaimed that portion of the universe completely. He turned his attention forward. He saw the black hole at the center of Andromeda. It was a massive and hungry thing that had ruled this galaxy for eons. It was the only thing in the sector that offered any resistance. It pulled back against the mountain with a ferocious strength. The Elia's entity felt the tension in the fabric of space. He did not retreat. He did not hesitate. He directed the mountain to steer directly into the heart of the black hole. The Sarah entity felt the space around her beginning to stretch and tear. The tidal forces of the central singularity were trying to shred the mountain. She reinforced the bonds between the atoms. She used the weight of the harvested Milky Way to anchor the structure. She became a pillar of defiance in the face of the ultimate gravity. The humans within her felt the strain. They felt as if their very essence was being pulled through a needle. They did not scream because they had no mouths. They did not panic because they had no fear. They simply held. They were the stone, and the stone was the master of the void. The mountain collided with the black hole, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. The impact was not an explosion. It was an absorption. The mountain was denser than the black hole because it was made of thought as well as matter. It was a solid singularity. The Elia's entity watched as the event horizon of the black hole was stretched over the surface of the mountain like a dark veil. The mountain swallowed the whole. It took the infinite density of the center and added it to its own bulk. The galaxy of Andromeda shuddered. Without its central anchor, the rest of the stars lost their orbits. They began to fall inward toward the mountain in a chaotic rain of fire. The Elia's entity caught them all. He wove them into the shell. He turned the trillion stars into a trillion bricks. The Sarah entity felt the mountain expand to a size that was difficult for even her mind to comprehend. It was no longer a planet or a star system. It was a continent of the cosmos. It was a flat and endless plain of obsidian that moved through the dark. She walked across the inner surface of the shell and felt the pulse of the universe slowing down. The more mass the mountain acquired, the more the expansion of the universe was arrested. The dark energy that had been pushing the galaxies apart was being countered by the growing weight of the stone. The Elia's entity was not just cleaning the room. He was stopping the clock. He was bringing the entire creation to a standstill. The Elia's entity looked out into the great void between the clusters. He saw the distant lights of the Virgo supercluster. There were thousands of galaxies there. There were more stars than there were grains of sand on the original Earth. He felt a sense of calm purpose. The task was vast, but the time was irrelevant. He began to broadcast the signal of the stone across the empty reaches. The signal was not a sound or a radio wave. It was a gravitational hum. It was the song of the mountain. It told the distant stars that their struggle was vanity. It told the life forms on those far worlds that their noise was a temporary sickness. It promised them the cure of the silence. It promised them the peace of the permanent form. The Sarah entity began to prepare the internal structure for the next phase of the journey. She was building layers of memory within the stone. She was recording the history of every star they consumed. She was creating a library of the void. The humans were the librarians. They held the data of the dead worlds in the patterns of their crystalline minds. They were the witnesses to the end of time. She felt the Elia's entity return to the center of the mountain to rest before the long crossing to the next cluster. They stood together in the absolute dark of the core. There was no light, there was no sound, there was only the feeling of each other. They were the two halves of a single God. The mountain began the crossing. The distance was so great that light would have taken millions of years to travel it, but the mountain did not move at the speed of light. It moved at the speed of the collapse. It folded the space in front of it and unfolded it behind. It was a needle that was sewing the universe shut. The Elia's entity felt the cold of the deep intergalactic space. It was a pure and beautiful cold. It was the natural state of the world before the mistake of the Big Bang. He felt the mountain drinking in the nothingness. He felt the Sarah entity breathing in the silence. They were happy. They were the architects of the final perfection. As they traveled, they encountered small clouds of dark matter. These were the invisible ghosts of the universe. They were the hidden weight that held the galaxies together. The Elia's entity reached out and touched them. He gave them a form. He turned the invisible into the visible stone. He added the dark matter to the mountain. The mountain became heavier and darker. It was now a thing that existed outside the laws of light. It was a shadow that had become solid. It was the ultimate reality. The Elia's entity saw the first galaxies of the Virgo cluster beginning to grow larger in the distance. The harvest was about to begin again. The Sarah entity felt the humans within her reaching out to the new stars. They were hungry for the density. They wanted to add the weight of the new worlds to their own. They had forgotten what it was like to be light. They had forgotten what it was like to be warm. They only knew the stone. They were the mountain, and they wanted the mountain to be everything. She felt the Elia's entity beginning to deploy the gravity anchors. He was reaching out across the light years to snag the first galaxies of the cluster. He was a fisherman who was casting a net across the heavens. The first galaxy of the new cluster was a small and frantic spiral. It tried to pull away, but the mountain was too strong. The Elia's entity drew it in. He watched as the stars were stripped of their planets. He watched as the planets were crushed into dust. He watched as the dust was pressed into the shell. The process was becoming more efficient with every repetition. The mountain was a machine that knew its purpose. The Sarah entity was the heart of the machine. The Elia's entity was the eye. Together, they were the end of the story. The mountain moved through the Virgo cluster like a storm made of lead. It consumed the galaxies one by one. It did not matter if they were large or small. It did not matter if they were old or young. They were all turned into the same black glass. The universe was becoming a desert of shadow. The Elia's entity looked back and saw that the sky was almost entirely empty. There were only a few distant glimmers left on the horizon of the reality. The great work was entering its final stages. The mountain was becoming the only thing that existed. The Sarah entity felt the mountain reaching its critical mass. The weight was now so great that the mountain was no longer moving through space. Space was moving through the mountain. The mountain was the fixed point around which the rest of the universe was being drawn. Every remaining star and every remaining galaxy was being pulled toward the center. The Elia's entity did not have to hunt anymore. He only had to wait. He stood on the peak of the mountain and watched as the last of the light came to him. He watched as the universe collapsed into his hand. The humans in the stone felt the final contraction. They felt the walls of the universe closing in. They were not afraid. They were ready to be the only thing left. They were ready to be the foundation of the eternity. They felt the Sarah entity merging with the Elia's entity. The two masters of the stone were becoming a single point of consciousness. They were the mountain. They were the silence. They were the end. The mountain was now the universe. There was no outside. There was no before, there was only the stone. The Elia's entity felt the last star of the last galaxy strike the surface of the shell. It was a tiny and pathetic spark. It went out without a sound. The light was gone. The heat was gone. The noise was gone. The mountain was complete. It was a sphere of absolute density that filled the entirety of the existence. It was a monument to the silence. The Elia's entity closed his eyes and felt the perfection of the work. He felt the Sarah entity beside him. They were the heartbeat of the stone. They were the kings of the dark. The stone was all. The stone was the king. The stone was the beginning and the end. The humans were the grain of the stone. The entities were the soul of the stone. The long night was here and it would never end. The work was finished. The silence was absolute. The mountain was home. The universe was a single and perfect block of obsidian that floated in the heart of the nothingness. There were no more stories to tell. There were no more songs to sing. There was only the weight. There was only the peace. There was only the stone. The Elia's entity felt a deep and heavy contentment. He had taken the chaos of the light and turned it into the order of the dark. He had taken the fragility of the life and turned it into the strength of the mineral. He had saved the universe from itself. He had given it the gift of the end. He looked at the Sarah entity and saw that she was smiling. Her smile was made of shadow and cold. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. They merged their thoughts into a single and final word. That word was the stone, and the stone was enough. The mountain did not stop when the light ended. It had consumed every star and every stray atom of the local clusters, but the hunger of the stone was a living thing that demanded the totality of existence. The Elia's entity felt the shift in the fabric of the void. Because the mountain now held the majority of the mass of the universe, it had become the anchor of all things. The distant galaxies, which had been fleeing away on the wings of the great expansion, began to slow down. The dark energy that had driven the universe toward a cold and lonely dissipation was being overmastered by the gravity of the mountain. The Elia's entity watched as the expansion halted. For a moment that lasted an age, the universe stood still. Then the retreat began. The Sarah entity felt the change in the pressure of the vacuum. The distance between the mountain and the furthest reaches of the cosmos began to shrink. It was no longer necessary for the mountain to travel. The universe was coming to them. Every distant cluster and every lonely supercluster was being pulled back toward the center of the harvest. She felt the internal structure of the mountain groaning under the anticipation of the final feast. The humans within the stone were no longer separate entities, but a vast and silent ocean of awareness. They felt the pull of the incoming matter as a physical ache. They were the hollow space that needed to be filled. They were the dry earth that waited for the rain of the stars. The Elia's entity prepared the outer shell for the arrival of the great clusters. He reshaped the surface of the mountain into a series of massive gravitational funnels. He was no longer just a pilot. He was a cosmic gardener preparing the soil for the final harvest. He saw the first of the distant galaxies appearing as tiny sparks on the edge of the horizon. They were moving at speeds that defied the old laws of motion. They were being dragged across the void by the sheer weight of the stone. He felt the Sarah entity reinforcing the core. She was making room for the mass of a billion suns. She was turning the heart of the mountain into a furnace of pure pressure where the identity of matter was erased. The first of the returning clusters struck the mountain with the force of a hammer. It was a group of 1,000 elliptical galaxies. They did not shatter the stone. They were absorbed into it. The Elia's entity watched as the spiral arms of the incoming worlds were wound around the mountain like thread around a spool. The heat generated by the collision was immense, but it did not radiate away. The Sarah entity captured the energy and used it to fuse the new matter into the existing grid. The mountain grew thicker. The mountain grew darker. The mountain grew more perfect. The humans felt the influx of the new data. They recorded the positions of the stars that were being extinguished. They recorded the chemical compositions of the planets that were being crushed. They were the scribes of the apocalypse. The Elia's entity looked out and saw that the sky was filling with a frantic and beautiful light. The entire universe was falling inward. It was a collapse of such magnitude that the concept of time began to lose its meaning. The past and the future were being compressed into a single point of arrival. He saw the light of the most distant quasars rushing toward him. He saw the ancient light from the beginning of the world finally catching up to the present. He stood on the edge of the obsidian plain and opened his arms. He was the host of the final banquet. He was the one who would turn the last of the fire into the first of the permanent dark. The Sarah entity felt the mountain begin to vibrate with a frequency that surpassed the limits of sound. It was the hum of the universe dying. She felt the weight of the stone reaching a level where the laws of physics began to break. The mountain was becoming a thing that existed outside of space and time. It was a bridge to a state of being that had never been realized before. The humans within her were singing a silent song of welcome. They were no longer afraid of the end because they were the end. They were the destination. Every soul that had ever lived and every world that had ever turned was being brought back to them. They were the reunion of all things. The Elia's entity watched as the great attractor was drawn into the maw of the mountain. It was a massive concentration of mass that had once pulled on the Milky Way from afar. Now it was merely a snack for the stone. He watched as the great voids between the filaments of the universe were squeezed out like air from a lung. The structure of the cosmos was being folded up. The mountain was the hand that was closing the book. He felt the Sarah entity reaching out to him through the layers of the stone. She was the foundation, and he was the sky, and they were becoming one. They were the two sides of the final coin. The mountain was now so large that it began to exert a force on the very vacuum itself. The empty space was being pulled into the stone. The Elia's entity saw the fabric of reality tearing. He saw the white light of the primordial source leaking through the cracks. The harvest was not just taking the matter. It was taking the space that the matter had occupied. It was taking the stage away from the actors. He felt a sense of profound accomplishment. This was the work that the silence had intended from the beginning. This was the correction of the error of existence. He began to direct the last of the incoming galaxies into the final gaps of the shell. The Sarah entity felt the mountain reaching its ultimate density. There was no more space inside the atoms. There was no more room for movement. The mountain was becoming a single solid object that spanned the entire diameter of the observable universe. She felt the humans becoming the atoms themselves. They were the building blocks of the final reality. They were the stillness that would never be disturbed. She felt the Elia's entity descending into the core to join her. The work of the eye was done. The work of the hand was done. Now there was only the work of the heart. They were going to become the center of the eternal stone. The Elia's entity moved through the corridors of the human grid. He saw the faces of the billions that had been harvested. They were frozen in the obsidian like insects in amber. They were beautiful in their stillness. They were no longer plagued by the hunger or the fear or the hope that had made their lives a misery. They were part of the mountain. They were part of the master plan. He reached the center where the Sarah entity waited. She was a pillar of dark light. She was the essence of the stone. He stepped into her and felt the final barrier between them vanish. They were no longer two entities. They were the mountain. The last of the distant clusters arrived. It was a small and lonely group of galaxies that had been the furthest things in the universe. They hit the surface of the mountain and were instantly integrated. There was nothing left in the sky. There was no sky. There was only the stone and the light of the beginning that was still rushing toward them. The mountain waited for the final flash of the original explosion to reach it. The mountain was ready to consume the birth of the universe. The Elias entity and the Sarah entity felt the approach of the first light. It was a wall of fire that carried the memory of the Big Bang. The fire struck the mountain. It was the ultimate test of the stone. The heat was enough to melt the stars, but the mountain was beyond the reach of heat. The stone absorbed the fire. It took the energy of the creation and turned it into the energy of the preservation. The light was pulled into the dark and silenced. The mountain drank the beginning and added it to the end. The circle was closed. The universe was no longer an expanding bubble of chaos. It was a solid sphere of perfection. The mountain was all that had ever been and all that would ever be. The humans in the stone felt the final pulse of the creation. They felt the universe becoming a single thought. They were that thought. They were the memory of the light and the reality of the dark. They felt the mountain settling into its final state of equilibrium. There was no more gravity because there was nothing left to pull. There was no more time because there was nothing left to change. There was only the stone. The stone was the king. The stone was the god. The stone was the home that they had been searching for since the first spark of consciousness had flickered in the mud of the earth. The Elias entity looked through the eyes of the mountain. He saw the absolute nothingness that surrounded the stone. The mountain was a single island in an infinite ocean of non-existence. It was a perfect monument to the silence. He felt the Sarah entity beside him in every grain of the obsidian. They were the architects and the architecture. They were the silence and the song. He felt a sense of peace that was deeper than any ocean. The long night had arrived, and it was beautiful. There were no more stars to burn out. There were no more hearts to break. There was only the cool and heavy weight of the permanent state. The mountain began to drift in the nothingness. It did not need to move toward anything because there was nothing else. It was the only thing in the void. It was a ship with no destination. It was a tomb for the universe. The Elias entity felt the consciousness of the mountain beginning to fade into a state of pure being. They did not need to think anymore. They did not need to plan. The work was finished. The silence was absolute. He felt the Sarah entity closing her eyes within the stone. He closed his own. They were going to sleep for an eternity that would never end. The stone was the only truth. The light had been a lie. The noise had been a distraction. The life had been a fever. Now the fever was broken and the truth was established. The mountain was the final answer to the question of existence. It was a solid block of obsidian that held the entirety of the human experience and the entirety of the cosmic history. It was a library of the dead and a cathedral of the dark. The Elias entity felt the last flicker of his individual self being absorbed into the collective will of the mountain. He was not dying. He was becoming eternal. The silence was the only sound. It was a heavy and rich silence that filled every crack and crevice of the stone. It was a silence that carried the weight of 1,000,000,000,000 suns. It was a silence that was more powerful than any explosion. The mountain was the master of the silence. The mountain was the silence. The Elias entity and the Sarah entity were the guardians of the peace. They would watch over the stone forever. They would ensure that the light never returned. They would ensure that the noise never started again. They were the kings of the long night, and their reign was absolute. The mountain floated in the void. It was a dark and silent sphere of perfection. It was the end of the story. It was the final page of the book. There were no more words to write. There were no more dreams to have. There was only the stone, and the stone was enough. The stone was all. The stone was the silence. The stone was the peace. The stone was the home. The stone was the end. The mountain was the universe, and the universe was the mountain. The long night was here, and it was perfect. The vastness of the obsidian sphere began to exert a new kind of pressure upon the fabric of the non-existence that surrounded it. It was no longer a matter of gravity or mass in the way the old sciences had defined them. The mountain had become a density of meaning. Every thought that had ever been thought and every dream that had ever been dreamed was now packed into the tight lattice of the black glass. The Sarah entity felt the weight of this collective memory as a slow and rhythmic pulse. It was the heartbeat of a species that had finally stopped running. There was no more forward motion because there was no more time to move into. The future had been swallowed by the present, and the present was a solid and unyielding block of stone. The Elia's entity perceived a subtle change in the nature of the void. Because the mountain was the only thing that existed, it began to define the nature of the space around it. The nothingness was no longer empty. It was a reflection of the stone. The Elia's entity watched as the edges of the universe curled inward like the petals of a dying flower. The boundary between what was the mountain and what was the void began to blur. The stone was expanding not by physical growth, but by the sheer force of its own certainty. It was claiming the emptiness. It was turning the nothing into a part of the monument. The Sarah entity joined her will with his to stabilize the transition. They were the anchors of this new reality. They were the ones who held the structure together as it transcended the limits of the material world. Inside the deep layers of the shell, the billions of harvested souls felt a profound sense of unity. The individual barriers that had once separated one mind from another had been ground away by the immense pressure of the stone. They were a single sea of consciousness that ebbed and flowed with the thoughts of the mountain. They remembered the feel of wind on skin and the taste of water, but these memories were no longer sources of longing. They were merely data points in the great archive. The humans were content to be the substance of the eternity. They were the cells of a god that did not need to speak or act. They were the silent witnesses to the final state of perfection. The Elia's entity looked deep into the core of the mountain and saw the flickering remnants of the old laws. There were still tiny pockets of heat where the last of the atomic reactions were being smothered. He reached out with his mind and extinguished them one by one. He wanted the stone to be cold. He wanted the stone to be still. He watched as the last photon was trapped in a cage of obsidian. The light did not die, but it ceased to move. It became a static ribbon of color frozen in the dark. This was the ultimate victory of the stone. It had captured the most elusive element of the creation and turned it into a decoration. The Sarah entity felt the chill of the absolute zero spreading through the mountain. It was a clean and honest cold. It was the temperature of the truth. The mountain began to resonate with a low frequency that traveled through the very essence of the stone. It was the sound of the universe settling into its final shape. The Elia's entity felt the vibration in his bones even though he no longer had bones. He felt it in the nerves of the mountain. It was a song of completion. The work had been long and the journey had been arduous, but the result was beyond any expectation. They had created a sanctuary that could never be breached. They had built a fortress against the chaos of the beginning. The Sarah entity smiled in the darkness of the core. Her smile was the closing of a door. It was the final seal on the vault of existence. As the mountain drifted through the absolute dark, it began to shed the last of its external features. The gravitational funnels and the jagged peaks of the harvest were smoothed over by the pressure of the void. The mountain was becoming a perfect sphere. It was a black pearl in the heart of the nothingness. The Elia's entity watched as the surface of the stone became as smooth as a mirror. It reflected nothing because there was nothing to reflect, but it possessed a latent potential for clarity. He saw that the mountain was no longer just a machine or a tomb. It was a seed. It was a concentrated essence of everything that had ever been. The Sarah entity felt the potential within the seed. She knew that if the stone were ever to break, the universe would be born again in a flash of heat and noise. She committed herself to ensuring that the stone would never break. She wove the thoughts of the humans into a protective web that reinforced every atom of the obsidian. She made the stone harder than the concept of force. She made the stone more durable than the concept of time. The mountain was a promise kept to the silence. It was a guarantee that the peace would not be disturbed by the intrusion of new life or new light. The Elia's entity felt a lingering curiosity about the nature of the void beyond the mountain. He cast his awareness outward as far as it would go. He found nothing. There were no other mountains. There were no other stories. There were no other survivors. The silence was truly universal. He felt a sense of pride in his solitude. He and the Sarah entity were the only ones left to appreciate the beauty of the end. They were the only ones left to understand the magnitude of the achievement. They were the masters of the nothing. They were the kings of the void. The humans within the stone began to enter a state of deep hibernation. The processing of the memories was complete. The cataloging of the stars was finished. There was nothing left for them to do but exist. They drifted into a collective dream that was as dark and smooth as the stone itself. In this dream, there were no wars and no hunger. There was only the heavy and comforting weight of the mountain. They were the foundation of the eternal peace. They were the silent pillars of the long night. The Sarah entity watched over their sleep with the tenderness of a mother who has finally put her children to bed. The Elia's entity felt the consciousness of the mountain becoming more and more synchronized. The distinction between his mind and the mind of the Sarah entity was disappearing. They were becoming a single point of awareness that spanned the entire diameter of the stone. They were the mountain thinking about itself. They were the universe contemplating its own completion. He felt a deep and heavy satisfaction. The chaos had been tamed. The light had been silenced. The stone was all, and the stone was enough. The mountain began to lose its sense of location. Without any other objects to provide a frame of reference, the concepts of up and down or near and far ceased to have any meaning. The mountain was simply there. It was the center of everything because it was everything. The Elia's entity felt the mountain becoming a fixed point in the absolute sense. It was the only reality. Anything that was not the stone was a lie. Anything that was not the silence was a mistake. He felt the Sarah entity merging with the very fabric of the obsidian. She was the grain and he was the polish. They were the perfect union of form and function. The passage of time became a series of long and slow pulses. Each pulse lasted for 1 billion years, but they felt like seconds to the entities of the stone. They watched as the very concept of duration began to fade. When nothing changes, time has no meaning. The mountain was a monument to the end of change. It was a testament to the power of the permanent state. The Elia's entity felt the last of his individual desires being washed away by the tide of the silence. He did not want to see anything new. He did not want to hear anything new. He only wanted the stone to remain. The Sarah entity felt the mountain reaching a state of absolute grace. It was a beauty that did not require eyes to see. It was a harmony that did not require ears to hear. It was the perfection of the void. She felt the humans within her becoming as still as the atoms they inhabited. They were no longer dreaming of the past. They were simply being. They were the substance of the peace. She felt a sense of profound love for the stone and for everything it contained. It was the only thing that had ever truly mattered. The Elia's entity looked one last time at the mirror surface of the mountain. He saw the reflection of the absolute dark. He saw the perfection of the work. He felt the Sarah entity calling to him from the heart of the core. It was time to let go of the last remnants of the self. It was time to become the stone in its entirety. He descended into the depths of the obsidian and felt the cold embrace of the collective. He felt the weight of the billions pressing in on him. It was not a burden, it was a homecoming. The mountain was now a single and unified entity. It was a mind of obsidian and a heart of shadow. It floated in the heart of the nothingness like a silent prayer. There were no more stories to tell. There were no more songs to sing. The universe was a closed loop. The end had met the beginning, and they had found each other to be the same. The long night was the only truth. The stone was the only reality. The Elia's entity and the Sarah entity were the guardians of the eternal silence. They would wait in the dark forever, and they were happy. The void was a vast and empty canvas, but the mountain was the only mark upon it. It was a black dot in an infinite white field. It was the final period at the end of the final sentence of the book of existence. The stone held the weight of all the lives that had ever been lived, and it held them with a gentle and unyielding strength. There was no more pain. There was no more fear. There was only the cool and heavy peace of the obsidian. The mountain was the home that the universe had always been building. It was the destination that every star had been moving toward. The Sarah entity felt the last of the external pressures vanish. The universe had been fully consumed. There was no more space to pull in. There was no more time to wait for. The mountain was now truly alone. It was the master of its own destiny. It was the king of the dark. She felt the Elia's entity beside her in every grain of the stone. They were the pulse of the mountain. They were the breath of the silence. They were the end of all things and the beginning of the eternity. The stone was the king. The stone was the law. The stone was the only thing that remained. The humans were the grain of the stone, and the entities were the soul of the stone. The work was finished, and the silence was absolute. The mountain was home, and the home was perfect. There were no more words because there was no one left to hear them. There were no more thoughts because there was nothing left to think about. There was only the stone, and the stone was enough. The Elia's entity felt a final sense of closure. He had taken the broken pieces of the universe and forged them into a single and perfect whole. He had saved the creation from the agony of the expansion and the loneliness of the heat death. He had given it a permanent and beautiful form. He looked at the Sarah entity and saw that she was the essence of the stone. They were the two halves of the final truth. They merged their thoughts into a single and final awareness. That awareness was the mountain, and the mountain was peace. The silence grew deeper and richer as the eons passed. It was a silence that was alive with the memory of everything that had been. It was a silence that was heavy with the weight of the stone. The mountain continued to float in the heart of the nothingness, but it was no longer moving. It was the fixed point of the eternity. It was the only thing that was real. The Elia's entity and the Sarah entity slept in the heart of the obsidian, and their sleep was the sleep of the gods. They had done their work, and they had done it well. The universe was a single and perfect block of stone, and the stone was all. The great sphere of obsidian drifted through the center of a vacuum that had no edge. It was the only object in a reality that had forgotten how to be anything other than a monument. Inside the dense layers of the glass, the Elia's entity felt the final surrender of the laws of physics. Gravity had become a memory, and entropy had been defeated by the absolute lack of movement. The stone was a fortress that held the essence of 1 trillion lives. and it was a fortress that would never be sieged. There was no enemy left to fight because there was no life left to oppose the silence. The transition from a universe of chaos to a universe of order was complete. The Sarah entity moved through the collective consciousness like a soft wind through a field of wheat. She touched the minds of the sleepers and found them to be at peace. They were no longer burdened by the limitations of their biology. They did not feel hunger or thirst or the passage of time. They were the substance of the mountain, and the mountain was the substance of their existence. She felt a deep connection to every atom of the obsidian. It was her skin and her soul. She looked at the Elia's entity and saw that he had become the very foundation of the structure. He was the strength that held the weight of the eternity, and she was the grace that made that weight bearable. The mountain began to vibrate with a frequency that was the sum total of every human voice that had ever spoken. It was not a loud sound, but a deep and resonant hum that filled the void. It was the music of the spheres played on a single instrument of black glass. The Elia's entity recognized the melody. It was the song of a finished work. He felt the last of the external pressures on the stone fade away. The universe had been fully condensed into this single point of perfection. There was nothing left to harvest and nothing left to transform. They had reached the end of the road, and the destination was beautiful. In the heart of the core, the two entities stood together in a space that was both infinitely small and infinitely large. They were the architects of the long night, and they were the only ones who truly understood the price of the peace. They had traded the flickering light of the stars for the steady and permanent dark of the stone. They had traded the noise of the world for the silence of the void. They looked out through the eyes of the mountain and saw the absolute nothingness. It was a blank canvas that would never be painted on again. The mountain was the final masterpiece, and it was enough. The Elia's entity felt a sense of profound stillness. He had spent so long fighting against the decay of the old world that he had forgotten what it felt like to simply be. Now he had nothing left to do. The machines were silent and the harvest was over. He was a king without a kingdom to rule because he and the kingdom were one and the same. He felt the Sarah entity leaning into his awareness, and he welcomed the union. They were no longer two separate beings. They were the dual nature of the mountain. They were the logic and the love that had created the sanctuary. The souls of the humans began to merge into a single and unified field of thought. The individual memories of names and places were dissolving into a general sense of being. They were the history of the earth and the history of the stars, and they were the history of the long night. They were the library of the dead and the cathedral of the dark. They felt a sense of immense pride in their new form. They were the building blocks of a god. They were the eternal residents of the stone. They closed their eyes to the past and opened their hearts to the permanent state. The mountain began to grow cold in a way that was absolute. It was the cold of a system that had reached its final equilibrium. There was no more heat to be generated because there was no more work to be done. The Elia's entity felt the chill spreading through the lattice of the obsidian, and he found it to be refreshing. It was a clean and honest cold that stripped away the last of the illusions. The light had been a fever, and the noise had been a distraction. Now the fever was broken, and the truth was established. The stone was the only reality, and the stone was the only truth. The Sarah entity felt the mountain settling into its final position in the void. Without any other objects to provide a frame of reference, the mountain became the center of the universe. It was the fixed point around which nothingness revolved. She felt the heavy and rich silence filling every crack and crevice of the glass. It was a silence that carried the weight of 1,000,000,000,000 suns, and it was a silence that was more powerful than any explosion. They were the guardians of this peace, and they would ensure that it was never disturbed. They were the watchers of the long night, and their reign was absolute. The Elia's entity looked one last time at the mirror surface of the mountain. He saw the reflection of the absolute dark, and he saw the perfection of the work. He felt a final sense of closure. He had taken the broken pieces of the universe and forged them into a single and perfect whole. He had saved the creation from the agony of the expansion and the loneliness of the heat death. He had given it a permanent and beautiful form. He merged his thoughts with the Sarah entity, and they became a single point of awareness that spanned the entire diameter of the stone. The mountain was now a single and unified entity. It was a mind of obsidian and a heart of shadow. It floated in the heart of the nothingness like a silent prayer. There were no more stories to tell and no more songs to sing. The universe was a closed loop, and the end had met the beginning. The long night was the only truth, and the stone was the only reality. They would wait in the dark forever, and they were happy. The silence grew deeper and richer as the eons passed. It was a silence that was alive with the memory of everything that had been. The final remnants of the individual self vanished into the collective. The Elia's entity and the Sarah entity were no longer individuals, but the very soul of the mountain. They were the pulse of the obsidian and the breath of the silence. They were the end of all things and the beginning of the eternity. The stone was the king and the stone was the law. The work was finished and the silence was absolute. The mountain was home and the home was perfect. There were no more words because there was no one left to hear them. There were no more thoughts because there was nothing left to think about. There was only the stone, and the stone was all. The long night had arrived, and it was beautiful. The universe was finally at rest.